Oh, wow.
It's funny.
Anyway, he said
life
it
is
pretty
so
much
good.
killed it.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, great life. Is that trash?
That's trash, Jim.
That's trash right there. Brought to you by.
I really don't think that guy would have made it, pandemic or not. It's brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Home means so much more this time of year, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to make sure you're home for the holidays. That's why you need to check them out today. Go to mortgageright.com/TNR. Getting a mortgage is a necessity in the home buying process for many, but it doesn't have to be a hassle. Mortgage Right gives you the tools, information, and expertise to help make home buying happen. Again, go online today, mortgageright.com/TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
It's not that big a deal, but Akron has let go of their coach this morning. It's a big deal if you're sitting here and you're projecting a crazy coaching carousel, which we're already off with LSU, USC, TCU, Texas Tech, Washington State, UConn, Akron, and Georgia Southern's already got rid of their coach and hired Clay Helton. So that's 8 before November 4th. Pretty busy carousel already. Do you think this gonna be a crazy carousel this year, guys?
Yeah, I do. And Brown brought this up. I think after Ed Orgeron, that decision was made that you're going to get the fallout from other smaller programs losing their guy to take some of these jobs. And so I think ultimately you have 15 openings.
I wonder how long it'll take in the Farm Folio chat room for somebody to say Pete Golding would be great at Akron. Or Bill O'Brien, for that matter.
Yeah.
I don't know which one.
I bet Dunaway would love Mike Shula to take Akron.
Ooh, that's right.
I have a stake bet that Mike Shula, and I don't even know where he is now. Is he with the Broncos coaching staff?
I have no
Can you
idea.
Wikipedia Mike Shula
I can
for
in
us?
a minute, yeah.
A longtime NFL assistant. Some of you may remember him as the head coach at Alabama. I have a stake bet with him that by 2025 he is coaching somewhere in the FBS.
Wow, I thought it was Power 5. It was FBS?
Yeah, it's just anywhere in the FBS. So Akron would qualify. An FCS school would not.
He is currently the Broncos quarterbacks coach.
And who's playing better quarterback right now than the Denver Broncos? He's got to be a hot name.
Bridgewater was playing good until he got hurt. I mean, they were 3-0.
Yeah, Mike's not a medic. He can't keep him on the field.
There is no way, though. You guys will give me the Broncos quarterback coach is a better job than the Akron head coach.
Well, say that again.
The Broncos quarterback coach is a better job than the Akron head coach.
Every single day. Yeah. Every day.
Yeah.
I mean, Shula.
Broncos quarterback is better than
no doubt. Yeah, no doubt. It's better to be the Broncos quarterback coach than. And that's the whole thing is if you stay in the NFL, you'll always have a job in the NFL.
Yeah.
Like Mike, to your point, Mike Shula still has an NFL job. Like all these coaches that are about to get cleaned out in the NFL at the end of the year, they'll all still have NFL jobs. None of them remain unemployed.
Yeah, and proof in the pudding there is Colts and Jets tonight, and they usually are the people that are doing the hiring a lot. Colts and Jets tonight, the NFL game.
Mike White.
Georgia State and Louisiana tonight as well as Billy Napier's crew gets back on the field. And we were talking about that game and what a yucky game it could be, unless you get Jordan-Hare, Georgia State, showing up on the road tonight down on the Bayou.
Tucker Gregg, the old Mike Allstott, running up the gut.
Has that guy had a game since then? Has anybody looked at
Well,
him?
look at his stats.
He actually leeds the team with 552 rushing
Well,
yards.
he had all those at Auburn.
Yeah,
That's
every
first
one
half
of
at
them.
Auburn.
But I think he's only had one 100-yard game outside of the Auburn game.
So that was his only one. He is, or one of his only ones. Tucker Gregg is 7th in the Sun Belt in rushing. Let me look at his game log here.
He's 5th in the SEC.
Yeah, no joke. Lance is right. He's had 200-yard games. His season high, 12 carries, 150 at Auburn. How bizarre. And one more game against Texas State, 21 carries, 115. I mean, he's got 552 yards. All but 400 of them came at Auburn.
You know, I think this could be a good game, though. Georgia State, outside of losing early to North Carolina Army in that North Carolina game, they're starting to play good football. They're in a 3-way tie in their division right now in the Sun Belt.
So North Carolina Army and Auburn, and now they're playing a Louisiana team that they're not in the college football playoff rankings. They're not as well respected by the committee as they are in the AP and Coaches Poll.
AP Coaches Poll. I think they're 25th right now.
The
but
poor man's poll, Lance.
You know, they lose to Texas week 1. They've won 7 consecutive games. You know, watching them play, Levi Lewis is a good quarterback. He is now the all-time touchdown leader at Lafayette. Do you know who he passed last week? Pathetic. I know so much
No,
about
yeah,
this game.
that is true because I'll never answer this.
Tim Rattay was Louisiana
that was
Tech.
La Tech, yeah.
You're in the realm here.
Yeah.
I'll give you a hint. He played in a Super Bowl.
Oh, Delhomme.
Yep, Jake Delhomme.
Wow, look at you.
You could have asked Jim, name one Louisiana Lafayette player that you know historically.
Jake Delhomme.
Jake
Delhomme ended up being a really good NFL quarterback.
He did. I want to come back to the coaching carousel. We can do it anytime you want, but I saw an amazing name.
Well, sometimes when you're looking for a new job, you call our friends at Simpio first, and we'll come right back
All right,
there.
I got the names.
Our friends at Simpio was the first call we made when we started our own business here with Double Down Media, DBL Down Media, but it's pronounced Double Down Media. We called them up and we said, hey, we don't know anything about starting a company. Can you help us? And they said, yes, we can.
Yeah, look, even if you're not even a startup, if you've been in business for a long time and you don't want to deal with the hassle anymore, Simpio is going to take care of all the BS for you. When a business joins Simpio, they take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you're going to gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of the year. No annual contract. That being said, Simpio, in over 3 years of business, 99% retention rate. Call today, Blake and the guys, 205-635-7467, or go online, Simpio.com.
All right, it was the Fort Worth Star-Telegram on the TCU job. Have you seen these names? This is crazy.
I've seen the one big name.
Yeah. No, I've seen these 5 names. I wonder how many of those are put on there just to say we're not just already hired Sonny Dykes.
But if a name you're excited about, Brown, if he was going to take that job,
I'm 1,000% excited.
I said this weeks ago, I would love to have him at USC.
Give us the names, and then we'll get LT's reaction to them.
Sonny Dykes, which appears to be the leader in this
would do
race,
nothing for me if I was a TCU fan.
Jeff Traylor. I don't think that'd do much for me. I think he's a high school coaching legend there, though.
Yeah, but I think I'd be excited. You know, they've won 11 of the last 12 games. The only one going back to Lafayette. Their last loss was Lafayette in a bowl game last year. This is his second year. He's got that program dialed in.
Yeah, but Jeff wasn't on my list.
I think more upside. You kind of know what you're getting with Sonny Dykes, more upside for Traylor.
Tony Elliott, which of all the years to hire Tony Elliott, this would not be the one to do it.
I'm going to pass.
Yeah, hard pass. Although he was up for the Tennessee job, right? His name was at least mentioned with the Tennessee job.
I think so.
He would probably, no, according to reports, he turned down the Tennessee job. Yeah. And then they went to Heupel. Good move by them. But, I mean, if Tony Elliott was good in 2020, why is he not good in 2021? Maybe he just has a Uyunglele problem.
He could. Or he had a Trevor Lawrence benefit. That's what you don't know. That's why you might sneak away from that one. Jay Norvell doesn't do a ton for me.
Hey, pretty good coach, though, at Nevada.
There was another name didn't do a whole lot for me. The last name mentioned by the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, the paper of record covering TCU.
Big name.
Prime time.
Oh, I didn't hear that one.
They got Deion Sanders.
Yeah, Deion Sanders is on the list to be interviewed. You're thinking about Kellen Moore of the Cowboys.
Primetime will be a disaster.
I'm far more interested in primetime. If they hire Kellen Moore, I'm sure it's a great hire, but I don't really care. I will tune in to watch prime time.
I would. Kellen Moore go to USC. prime time go to TCU where we can have fun watching that disaster.
Yeah, Deion Sanders is on the list to be interviewed by TCU, according to the reports. It was Kellen Moore not on the list to be interviewed. It was Kellen Moore's people who reached out to TCU wanting an interview. So he has interest in the job.
Here's what I feel about that, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong. Mike McCarthy, I don't think a lot of people respect Mike McCarthy. He is a guy that won a Super Bowl, but he won it with Aaron Rodgers.
And he's got one of the best teams in the NFC right now, but he's not getting credit for it.
I've got this sneaky feeling now when we talk about this cluttered NFC, if the Cowboys can stay healthy, I think they're going to win the NFC this year. Just early
Cowboys in the
lean
Super Bowl.
in November, yes.
Well, you're not going to fire McCarthy.
But if you get some dissension, things could change, and obviously injuries with Dak and all that kind of stuff. I've got a feeling that Kellen Moore wants that Cowboy job.
Yep.
And he knows Dak's going to be there for a long time. You float this out there. If you're Jerry Jones, you got a decision to make. Do we keep the guy that's got this offense clicking, one of the best in the NFL, young, bright, future star, or do we get rid of Mike McCarthy?
How do you do that?
Yeah, but
if you go to the Super Bowl or even deep in the playoffs?
It's a poker play is what he's saying, is that if you want Kellen Moore for the next 10 years, you make it look like if you're Kellen Moore's people, hey, we're interested in going to TCU or any other job. And it forces Jerry Jones to make a decision.
Well,
I think it's a brilliant play by Kellen Moore.
I can't imagine how many NDAs the Jones family has signed in their day.
Oh, I'm sure it's a stack.
But it could be this simple. Kellen Moore's camp, invite them to the ranch. We sit down. Here's the deal. When this season ends, hopefully it'll end with the Super Bowl ring. And if so, look, we saw this in 1999, Super Bowl 34 with Dick Vermeil and Mike Martz. Mike McCarthy's going to retire. It's your team. Win or lose in the first round of the playoffs or the Super Bowl, you are our next head coach. Sign the NDAs. Nobody's going to know about this. You're the guy.
What if Mike McCarthy says, I ain't retiring?
No, but Mike McCarthy's not going to know. Well, I mean, you fire him.
You're going to fire the guy that took you to the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Well,
Fire a guy that took you to the Super Bowl.
I think Jerry Jones has done it before.
Yeah,
has he not?
Well, I mean, he and Jimmy Johnson had the falling out, obviously. Yeah, I think Jimmy. I don't know if he fired Jimmy. Jimmy seemed to leave on his own volition to quote unquote retire and end up coaching the Dolphins.
Well, that's what you do. I mean, if you want to keep Kellen Moore long term and McCarthy takes him deep in the playoffs or win a Super Bowl, you say, Mike, what a great way to go out.
Or do you start with Kellen Moore by saying, how about this? We'll pay you head coach money to be our offensive coordinator. I got nothing but money. I'm Jerry Jones. We'll pay you head coach money to be our offensive coordinator, and in the contract, we'll guarantee you're the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
Here's the problem. You don't have full autonomy.
You don't, but you're getting head coach money, so you're not going to get fired because you're the offensive coordinator.
I get it, but have you ever worked with somebody you don't want to work with?
I have, but how do you know he doesn't want to work with
I
Mike
don't
McCarthy?
know that, but I'm just saying if you're floating your name out to TCU, there are bigger jobs out there than TCU for Kellen
Well, this
Moore.
is an agent being an agent, probably.
Well, it is, but to LT's point, getting your name in play and talked about it sets the table up for you to, lets everyone know in the college game. I mean, all of a sudden, I'd be excited if I was LSU if Kellen Moore was my guy.
I would too.
I'd be excited at USC if Kellen Moore was my guy.
Again, it's an unknown, but what Kellen Moore brings is he would bring instant credibility. He's a guy that I think would relate well to the players. His offense is a lot of fun to watch, and he's a football guy through and through. So, with all those elements, he's a guy that I would take a risk on.
Yeah, so in the Farmfolio chat room, Nick says Cowboys have done this once and it bit them in the butt. They did go in a pretty big tailspin after Jerry had the power. I mean, they won one more Super Bowl with Switzer, but after that, it got thin. And
But what do you guys think about Mike McCarthy?
Well, I think if he takes them to the Super Bowl.
To me, Jimmy Johnson and Barry Switzer were good coaches. Mike McCarthy, I'm not sure. You guys watch his clock
I think Mike
management.
McCarthy's as good a pro coach as Barry Switzer was. Barry Switzer was an excellent college coach.
I really don't remember the details of Switzer. I remember him being there that year and winning a Super Bowl.
When did Dave Campo take over? Was he post Barry?
I think it was right after Barry. They went through a bunch of them right
I think it was
after Barry.
Parcells right after.
Chan Gailey was a head coach there for a minute. Yeah, you're right. I do think it was Parcells. Tripp says Deion being a candidate for a D1 gig is absurd. Somebody's got a comment about a former coworker of ours. It's all in the Farmfolio chat room. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. Visit farmfolio.net.
Yeah, and that's the one I was thinking of. Jason Garrett, says Jason, who's watching us on Facebook this morning. But
he got a long run.
Garrett was there a long time and just never got over the postseason hump there. Appreciate you guys jumping in. Luke, I don't know about that, man. How much better would LSU have been if they fired O right after the national championship and kept Joe Brady? You didn't get to keep Joe Burrow, who was the most important of the Joes.
Let's don't pretend like, that's true. Let's don't pretend like, what's his name? I'm trying to say his name now. Kellen Moore. I don't know why I went blank there. Let's don't pretend like Kellen Moore is a guarantee, though.
No, he's not. He's not.
Especially if he takes an NFL job with a subpar quarterback situation, that never works.
And I don't know Kellen Moore personality-wise, but I've always looked at him image-wise, in the pantheon of college football personalities. You have Tim Tebow, and Kellen Moore is in that category to me of just nice guys who knows football. Or maybe is it because he's white and left-handed? I don't know, but I've always
big smile.
I've always put them in the same personality category. So you're getting to
he's
me
got some Verno in him.
He does.
Looks high integrity guy, good football mind, young. I mean, it would be exciting to me to have Kellen Moore in college.
I'll tell you a job Kellen Moore will get mentioned for, I think, is if Miami makes a move with Brian Flores, because there's going to be a lot of pressure on trying to get a offensive coach in there and get a guy that can develop Tua Tagovailoa even better than what he is right now. And I think Kellen Moore would get a heavy look in Miami.
And I think it would be interesting to really talk to Kellen Moore and see what he would want to do. Would you rather be an NFL coach or a college coach? Because a guy at his age still got a lot of energy.
Do you not think Prime could recruit, though?
I think Prime could recruit.
I mean, if you watch college football on Saturday, you see a lot of Nick Saban and Deion Sanders.
You do.
The commercials.
But to me, it would be more of a Lane Kiffin
and
situation.
Well, but Lane Kiffin draws attention, and it helps him in recruiting to a certain athlete, especially the skill positions.
Yeah, I think Lane Kiffin, obviously the guy can call plays. I think he brings an aura to your program.
Right.
He can bring in the recruits. I just don't think he's good at delegating and being the face of the program.
If you go the Herm Edwards model with Prime, which with Herm it was, we're going to kind of make you the football CEO, right? And the face of our program, and you're going to hire an Antonio Pierce to be a really good defensive coordinator, whoever their offensive guy is. They're basically going to coach the team. We need you to go recruit and be a good face for our program.
But keep in mind, Deion is a Dallas legend.
That's right.
Okay.
And didn't he also have like a youth program or
absolutely.
Or college?
Yeah.
A high school program there in the Texas area?
The money he opens the doors to in Fort Worth.
I get it.
Dallas.
Two things, though. So I don't really like Lane Kiffin. I love Deion Sanders. But to me, they're one and the same when it's all about them. It's them first and then the program.
No.
And that will never change. And that's one of the reasons Lane Kiffin will never win a championship. And it would be an utter disaster if Deion Sanders took this program.
But I'd love to watch it.
I'd love to watch it.
And I care nothing about TCU football. I've got a T-shirt. I've been to their campus. It's really nice. I like their stadium. But I care nothing about whether they win or lose. I just want to see the show. And Prime would be a show.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, I enjoy the coaching carousel. November 4th may be a little early for my appetite to do. I hate to waste good off-season discussions when we've got such good games happening. Another big weekend coming up of college football. More on that as we move throughout the show. The great Roman Harper is with us in the very next segment. We'll talk to Roman about the big week ahead. A couple of massive SEC games, including Auburn on the road in College Station to play Texas A&M, a battle of rank versus rank there as both those teams tried to keep their outside hopes of making it to the college football playoffs alive. Rockstar's got our 4 downs today. We'll get to that in the 10 o'clock hour. John Parker Wilson traveling on Friday, right?
Unavailable.
Unavailable on Friday. That's right.
Games
in Tuscaloosa. Yeah. He's traveling, going to stop off in Brookwood on his way to Tuscaloosa. But John Parker Wilson with us today, not Friday. He'll be with us at 11 o'clock. John Metchie, as always, with us at 12 noon. Stan White with us at 12:30. All that straight ahead today here on the show. I did want to get to reaction to the story that has, and I know it has personally for all you guys. It has really rocked our world. The Henry Ruggs story that's going on. Rockstar, there's some sound from yesterday because everyone was having to comment on this. If you'll give me cut number 8, you'll hear from Nick Saban and Raiders quarterback Derek Carr here. Tua Tagovailoa was very emotional in his conversation yesterday about this, and I've used this as a coaching moment for myself, for our kids. It is such a sad story on so many levels, including obviously you start with the victim, and all the way down to Henry Ruggs, with what he is charged with. And that is something that everyone struggled when talking about this yesterday, is your heart is broken for the people who lost their loved one in that crash. Broken. And then there's Henry Ruggs. And in society, it is hard to say, what do you do with Henry Ruggs now? Nick Saban and Derek Carr, who know Henry Ruggs from his college days and now as teammates in the NFL, wrestled with that a little bit yesterday.
This is something that a lot of folks can learn from. I think a lot of players on our team, when we say challenge people to make good choices and decisions, do the right thing, because sometimes the consequences can be devastating. And these consequences are going to probably be pretty devastating to Henry. We love him. We're going to support him through it. But we also have a lot of compassion for the victims, and our thoughts and prayers are also with them.
Have you had a chance to talk to Henry yet?
No. Honestly, with what we were told, I just didn't know if we were able to. Haven't reached out. I will always be here for him. That won't change, and I'll prove that over the course of time to him, not to anybody else. But he needs people to love him right now. He's probably feeling a certain type of way about himself right now, and he needs to be loved. And if no one else will do it, I'll do it.
Ooh, wow. Man, that makes me tear up.
Yeah, I mean, Derek Carr, through two horrible situations, has changed my perception of him this year.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
Yeah,
and as you said, Dunaway, it's so easy because this is horrific. I mean, what has transpired? And the victim is first, but Henry Ruggs is on an island right now. And, the worst thoughts are probably going through his head, and he's the one that made the decision. But at the same time, you do have to have compassion and forgiveness. And, he's going to have a support system. I mean, I can't imagine the things. And again, victim comes first. I can't imagine what her family is dealing with. But you think about Ruggs' family, and then you think about Ruggs and what he's trying to mentally go through and what he's going to have to go through over the next, his entire life. I mean, this is something to think about every minute of his life probably.
Yeah, that's why we always, talk about responsibility as you do adult things like, if you're plus 21 and you're drinking, you have these responsibilities as a member of our society, and Henry Ruggs failed in this situation. When we come back, we'll get back to football. Roman Harper is standing by right on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Are you sick of leasing your life away? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Mortgage Right has the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. So if you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now, you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key, and Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
TruckWorks is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the next round's 9 o'clock hour. With locations in Alabama, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle, there's a job opportunity for you, no matter where you're located. Visit truckworks.com and click the Join Our Team tab today for more information.
Our friends at Cowan Equipment gets us ready with poll questions every day. We're about to talk to Roman Harper. A couple of poll questions will be out a little bit later on involving games this weekend that we'll talk to Roman about, including Auburn's trip to College Station to take on Texas A&M.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from the rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 1-800-239 Cowan for more information.
He is on the SEC Network, and he is with us on the Pepsi Hotline. He is Roman Harper, at Harp41 on Twitter, at Harp_41 on Instagram. Roman, welcome in. How are you?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. Let's start with that game Jim just mentioned, Auburn, Texas A&M. We saw Zach Calzada's best game, so we know what he's capable of, but that is also the outlier for him. If you're Derek Mason and Auburn's defensive coordinator, what do you do to prepare for Texas A&M, knowing that at times they can be really limited at quarterback?
Well, you want to take away that two-headed monster in A-Chain and Isaiah Spiller. That's the biggest deal, is trying to slow down that run game, making Calzada be the main man to really just go out there and beat you. And the biggest thing is Alabama made it way too easy in some of those zone coverages. I would love to it's going to be a chess match to see how Auburn and Derek Mason's defense, not only how they start, but also how they adjust and finish the game, because they have been absolutely amazing in the second half of games when it comes to their defense and what they're doing game plan-wise, that they never stay the same. They go in at halftime, they make adjustments, and they're better in the second half.
Hey, Harp, I don't know about you. The most surprising player in the SEC this year to me has been Bo Nix. I thought he was flat. I thought there was no progression from year one to year two. Now under Harsin and Bobo, back-to-back games against Arkansas and Ole Miss, he's completing 77% of his passes, 3 touchdowns, only 1 pick. He's also rushed for 3 touchdowns. He's playing really good football right now.
He is playing well, but the most improved guy is Will Rogers. But Bo Nix is playing well. He also had a lot of success versus teams that predominantly play a lot more zone defense. Bo Nix's MO has always been that he has struggled playing in completing passes versus teams that play man-to-man coverage defensively. Ole Miss plays a lot of zone defense. They're not good at man-to-man. Arkansas is another team that plays a ton of zone defense, not man-to-man. Texas A&M, on the other hand, is a team that plays tons of man-to-man coverages with their big corners on the outside and their fast linebackers. So it's going to be imperative to see if Bo Nix has truly made that next step. He's talking about he feels a lot more comfortable. He seems to be playing a lot more better. The team is in a much better position than they were a month and a half ago. So overall, it looks a lot better, but this would be a great test for Bo Nix to really say, okay, he really has changed, and he is making those improvements at quarterback that they need to. And also, this will set them up for a tremendous opportunity in the Iron Bowl if they go out there and win this game.
So make me smarter. Why would a quarterback like Bo Nix struggle more against man-to-man than he does his own?
Because you got to throw in tight windows. You got to throw it when guys are challenging you. You don't give up the easy out route the way Arkansas and Ole Miss just allowed their receivers to kind of come off the line freely versus press man-to-man bump and run coverage, where now the timing of the route is off or is not all the way on exactly what you practiced it with. And can the receiver get off the line in time? And can the quarterback be patient enough and stay in his drops and stay within the pocket and complete a pass, even though somebody's around him? It's not just an easy, clean throw.
Roman Harper is with us, SEC Network analyst, former Alabama great and NFL great, with us on the Pepsi hotline, at Harp41 on Twitter, at Harp_41 on Instagram. Let's look at Alabama and LSU. I mean, Lance made this point the other day. LSU, I think it was on Bama and Bourbon you said this, Lance. LSU's basically playing with an NFL roster that doesn't have an NFL talent. I mean, it's almost a 53-man roster, but it doesn't have NFL talent.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's it.
That really makes it difficult to play against an Alabama.
LSU's talented, but LSU, you're right, all right? And this is not going to be the game that we've all imagined and got so used to seeing from LSU and Alabama. But it still has some good matchups, and it comes from LSU's a very talented team, and they got weapons all over the place. But Alabama's much too talented, and they're coached a lot better, and they have a future, right? LSU, the moment, it's really hard or really easy to say, okay, we're going to play hard for our coach. But the moment things don't all of a sudden turn out right or is not kind of going as planned, then why am I going to keep playing hard? It's just really hard to kind of stay locked in and focused when you don't have anything to play for. And, we're playing to beat Alabama. If that's all you're playing for, you're not going to win a lot of those games. Trust me, I played teams like Detroit, Cincinnati, Arizona Cardinals back in the day when they weren't going to the playoffs. Their cars were already packed. And so the moment things go just a little bit awry, they're like, okay, it's that time. We can just go ahead and go now. And I feel like that is what's going to happen eventually to LSU this year. And it could probably start very easily this weekend.
Harp, the one guy Alabama can ill afford to lose is Bryce Young, but going back to the Tennessee game, watching him look like Kyler Murray, wouldn't you like to see him run a little bit more?
No, because that's not his game. I think he will continue to learn to use his legs when he has to, but he's not a running quarterback at all. He's not a slow quarterback, but he's not a running quarterback. He doesn't want to get used to doing that. I actually like that he throws the ball as much as he does, and that teams don't anticipate him running the football. So when he does run, it's so much more open and it's so much more dangerous because you look up and you're like, man, he is a lot more athletic than you thought. And he's not that big, and I don't want him taking a lot of hits. So you got to be careful and pick and choose his spots when he does want to run.
I love the young and gun offense. That's what I call it, the young and gun.
Young and gun.
Yes, the young and gun. Roman Harper.
It is. They throw the ball all over the place and they don't even care at times to run the ball. They're really trusting Bryce Young to do it all when it comes to getting the offensive line right, getting the ball out quickly when free runners come open. Because the offensive line, I'm going to be straight up honest, has not played outstanding this year. They've been at times. They've missed a lot of open blocks, a lot of blitzes, or guys coming free. And Bryce Young has never wavered. That's the one thing that you have a benefit when you have a quarterback of his caliber.
Yeah, I agree. Roman Harper's with us on the Pepsi hotline as we talk about the SEC. We've talked a lot about this week Dan Mullen, who went back and tried to correct his statement when he said he didn't recruit during the year. That got really blown out of proportion. He corrected that yesterday on the SEC teleconference. But that team is 4-4 this year. Where are you on Dan Mullen right now as a coach?
I'm disappointed in Dan Mullen. Not really disappointed. I mean, why does he care what I think? I'm just going off of what I see And a lot of Florida's problems, and I may be the only person that's been saying this for over a month now, is that Emory Jones should be the starting quarterback of the Florida Gators. Emory Jones and Emory Jones only. If you want to play Anthony Richardson, play him in certain packages or sparingly Wildcat, whatever. But he's not ready to be a full-time quarterback. He has a great upside, but he's not there yet. And when everybody looked at Florida and told me I was crazy for saying that, and I just asked them, okay, well, tell me when was the best version of Florida? Or when was your best opinion of Florida? And who was that quarterback? It was after Alabama game. It was those two little games right after that where Emory Jones was the quarterback and Anthony Richardson was not even available. That was the best version of Emory Jones. It was the best version of Florida. And now you come out there, and Emory Jones is struggling because he cannot play freely and loosely. How do you become the best version of yourself if you're not allowed to make a mistake? That you're always looking over your shoulder, or you have another guy pushing you right on your heels. And I love competition, but Anthony Richardson's not ready. The offense is completely hindered or handicapped because he's not able to handle everything and all the passing concepts and all the different route recognition and all those other things. He's a fantastic athlete, and he's going to be really good with his size, speed, and arm strength ability. But it's okay to say if somebody's not ready, and it's so often we're trying to rush the process and put somebody out there, and we want to do something great, and it's just not the timing of it. It's just not here. And so instead of coaching up Emory Jones on the things that he needs to improve on, which are his feet and climbing the pocket, making sure his feet are up under him, driving to the target when you're throwing the football, you just kind of take him out. And I didn't like it because now you lose two quarterbacks. Anthony Richardson's hurt because you put him out there against the best defense we've seen in college football in the last 8 years probably, and you roll him out there. Now he's hurt. And Emory Jones as well, because if I'm Emory Jones, there's nowhere in the world that now all of a sudden you bench me that I want to go out there and play for you as Dan Mullen is my head coach. If that's me personally. I don't say Emory saying that, but that's me. And not only that, but if you're crazy, if you don't believe that some other coach in the rest of this NCAA and transfer portal world that we live in, that because it's real every single day, doesn't reach out to Emory Jones' uncle, aunt, mom, dad, one of the homies back at the crib or a high school coach to say, hey, what's up with Emory Jones? He's got a spot here. Just want to let you guys know that. I'm not trying to do anything, but just putting it out there. If you don't think that that's happening, you're dead wrong.
You mentioned Will Rogers, your most improved player. You look at Mississippi State, they're sitting at 5-3. Two of those losses could have been avoided against Memphis and LSU. When they play good, they are really good. It's just hard to figure out which Mississippi State team you're going to get.
I mean, it starts with the head coach, right? Have you seen the guy in the interview? It's kind of like that at times.
A little
different. Yeah, just a little bit. The biggest thing when it comes to Mississippi State is their defense is legit. And so when they hammer those things down, and the offense and Will Rogers is figuring this thing out, that everybody's playing zone coverage versus this guy and versus this spread offense. So now, the play call sheet that Mike Leach, you've seen it, looks like a little index card. So it's not like he's carrying around this big old thing to call these plays. And Will Rogers is getting used to seeing a lot of these similar defenses. He knows where the ball needs to go. He's not holding the football long. So now the offensive line is doing better. And if Mike Leach calls a lot of run plays like he did last week versus Ole Miss, they're going to be really, really tough to beat because it's so much more of a balanced attack. And now you have to kind of defend it differently. And Will Rogers is smart enough to figure out where the holes that are in defenses, and he's attacking. He's in full attack mode right now. And I'm loving what I'm seeing out of Mississippi State offensively and especially defensively because they have the two best coverage corners in the SEC. From what I'm seeing, they're both tall. They're both over 6 foot. They play a great man-to-man coverage. They tackle well in space. They play good zone coverage. They played well against Alabama too. You had a very motivated Alabama team coming off a bye, coming off a tough loss. You knew you were going to get a really bad, a whooping. But at the end of the day, Mississippi State played well defensively. They just gave us the big play.
All right, he is Roman Harper. See him this weekend on the SEC Network at Harp41 on Twitter, at Harp_41 on Instagram. Harp, thank you for the time, man. Have a great day.
Thanks, fellas. I won't be in A&M this weekend, but thank you guys for always shouting it out. The show's always doing great, and we're doing big things.
You got it, buddy. Thank you, man. Have a great weekend. Harp with us on the Pepsi hotline. Not going to A&M this week.
Precision Sports injury update time now, because a couple of big injuries. LT will tell you about Precision in a second, but only 53 men or 60 men, whatever LSU will bring to town. They are getting some good news back. Armani Goodwin's going to come back at running back. He's been practicing. He's going to try to help that run game as a little, to give Price and maybe another running back a little rest. He may get a carry or two in this game. The biggest injury update for LSU is they're getting guard Chasen Hines back. Hines will be back on the offensive line to play against Alabama. Nick Saban saying last night everything looks good for Drew Sanders to return at linebacker for the Tide. That is some of our Precision Sports injury updates today.
Yeah, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Are you suffering from that old sports injury that won't go away? Maybe you tweaked a joint being a weekend warrior. Precision's got 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track, including the new Southern Orthopedic Sports Medicine Associates location in Jasper. Your health cannot wait. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online. Go to precisionsportsortho.com.
A lot more college football to get to, but let me tell you, everyone is starting to paint a picture for Auburn, what they need to do to make it to the college football playoffs. And if you are not scoring at home using the latest college football rankings, here's what's out there for Auburn.
Okay.
Everything is out there if they win their way in. We've been saying that for a couple of weeks. If you just win out, Auburn can play their way in. The rankings set up like this: Auburn on the road at number 14, back home versus 17, on the road at South Carolina, then at home versus number 2 in the country, and then on the road SEC championship game against number 1. So your next 5, if you get to Atlanta, would be versus 14-17, a throwaway game at South Carolina, 2-1. That's why people who doubt whether Auburn has an opportunity if they win them all, that's why they get in if they win them all.
Brown, I think they're the 2 seed if they win out.
Potentially, who would be the 1? They may be the 1. I don't know who you put at 1.
I would think if Michigan State or Ohio State
they're probably the 1.
They're probably
they might be the 2. I don't disagree with you.
I think they would be the 2 at that point. I mean, that is a gauntlet. I don't think they're going to win out, but again, if they win out,
the optimist looks at it and says, "Boy, look at the opportunity we have." Right. The pessimist looks at it and says, "How do we survive that?" Though,
That's right. That's right.
I mean, that is tough. That'd be tough for any team. If you gave Georgia that schedule, if Georgia's remaining schedule were at Texas A&M, playing Mississippi State, playing Alabama, and then playing a team the likes of Georgia, I don't know that Georgia survives that. I really don't. And I think Georgia's the best team in the country right now. That would be tough for them to survive.
Well, don't get me wrong. There's not a lot of people running to the window who thinks Auburn's going to do that.
I mean, it's against the odds.
But the perception, if Auburn wins this weekend in College Station, people love to compare scores. And I think it's one of the reasons that the Vegas number is probably changed when it comes to if Alabama does play Georgia. Alabama slid by Florida. Georgia curb stomped Florida. If Auburn was to go on the road to College Station and beat A&M, people are going to be like, Alabama went there and lost. Auburn just won. Yeah. Auburn's hosting Alabama at Jordan-Hare. You look at the problems that Alabama's had at Jordan-Hare. The perception of that game changes a lot if Auburn wins this weekend.
And we'll talk more about Auburn at Texas A&M, what to expect in that game when we come back in our next segment, and later on when Stan White joins us at 12:30, part of hour number 4, if you're listening to us later on the podcast version of the show. But we're live today and in living color, and part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. I mean, it's another one of those wet days out there where you wonder if the roof's going to hold up. Never ask that question again, because Greg from Pell City can come give you a free no-cost inspection. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. No obligation, free no-cost inspection. Greg will get up on that roof and check it out for you, and you'll find out right then whether or not you have a good roof or not. He works well with the insurance companies. They love this guy, so they're going to help you out a lot there. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and absolutely fantastic warranties, some of the best in the business. Locally owned for 20 years. It's Greg from Pell City. That's what he is on Facebook, too. You can contact him there. He usually answers the phone when you call him, 205-542-3531. If he doesn't, his assistant will. That means he's up on a roof somewhere. 205-542-3531. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. More on Auburn on the road to College Station next on the one and only Next Round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. Major situation the other day. Basement and garage flooded. So who did I call? Our friends at Dry Tech Water Restoration. Call them today, 205-637-0143. They were at my house within an hour. They will always respond quickly, and they answer the phone, 205-637-0143. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. No ties to any insurance companies. Go online, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com, or call 205-637-0143.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. As you guys know, the team at Hemphill Services are my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Recently, a unit went out in the house. Of course, Hemphill were the guys I called. Always professional, always courteous. Hemphill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemphill Services, independent train dealer, and they service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090. Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajalia brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. 2 great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
TruckWorks is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Next Round's 9 o'clock hour. With locations in Alabama, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle, there's a job opportunity for you, no matter where you're located. Visit truckworks.com and click the Join Our Team tab today for more information.
We know that juicy, cheesy, grilled to perfection burger sounds amazing, but it does sound like something is missing. Pepsi, baby! The yin to this burger's yang. Burgers and Pepsi go together like burgers and Pepsi. This perfect blending of flavors makes every bite of lettuce, every sesame seed on the bun, and every sip of that crisp, refreshing, ice-cold cola a journey to Foodtopia. Burgers, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Let's see if I can transition into a nice conversation about our friends at Bromberg's. Man, if you're opening up a gift this holiday season and you're the Auburn Tigers,
Keep going, Dunaway.
Late in the season, the gift has been that running game that all of a sudden has shown up in that little silver box that you open up from Bromberg's and you go, man, there's Tank Bigsby, exactly what I needed this time of year.
Hey, family owned and operated since 1836. Our Bromberg's Our friends at Bromberg's, they've established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. If you're looking to pop the question this holiday season, you need to go see the diamond specialist, our friends at Bromberg's. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box that Dunaway talked about. 2 locations, one in Mountain Brook, one at the Summit. You can also shop online. They've got that online store up right now. If you're bored at work, go online. Go to brombergs.com.
Auburn on the road at Texas A&M, the only matchup of top 25 college football playoff ranking teams this weekend. It's the 2:30 game on CBS. Big Nick Brahms explaining to you why the run game is so important for Auburn to keep the W's coming.
I think we match up well with them on the offensive line. We want to get our run game established, and we know we're going to have to do that up front, and it starts with us. And so really just getting that going, and then in the red zone, really just running the football in is a big key to this game, and pass it whenever we have the opportunities to.
Boy, Nick's talking about the red zone run game. That's getting touchdowns for Auburn when they're down there now. And their red zone defense is something Jimbo was talking about yesterday. So impressed with how Auburn, they may give up a lot until inside the 20, but they're keeping people, forcing field goals instead of touchdowns, or against Ole Miss, forcing 4 and outs with a coach that refuses to take the field goals.
To me, that was their most impressive performance was this past weekend defensively. And even Bo Nix said this when we brought up, as a quarterback, you probably like to stay on the field and those 4th down conversions. And he was like, look, this is just part of Lane Kiffin. But if they convert some of those 4th downs, this game might turn out differently, which, yeah, possibly. But again, situationally, I still don't know how Lane Kiffin went for some of those 4th downs. With all that said, this Auburn defense to hold Ole Miss to 20 points, that was impressive. You go back the week before to hold Arkansas to 23 in Fayetteville. That was impressive.
The Auburn red zone offense, it used to be what Auburn fans hated about Gus Malzahn's offense. It got in the red zone, and it was a field goal every time, just about. This year, they've been in the red zone 25 times. They've scored 18 touchdowns. It's not that bad, really. I mean, that's they're at 92% scoring in the red zone. They have had to settle for 7 field goals, but with Carlson, by and large, you get inside the 35, you feel pretty good about getting 3 out of it?
Not as automatic as you want it to be, but yes.
But probably not as automatic as his brother was, but that's a pretty high standard.
He was until Wimp jinxed him. Wimp said that he was walking around with 3 in his pocket. I don't know if you guys remember that earlier in the season.
I do remember that, yeah. And he's struggled since?
Well, he's missed a couple since. Yeah. He's still really
Which is
good.
Struggling for a Carlson.
In the Farmfolio chat room, Chet goes back, the Ole Miss offense was depleted, out 7 starters. I mean, this happens a lot when Auburn gets on a roll. You have people that start making excuses of why they're winning football games.
Well, that's not untrue what he said.
No, it's not. It's not.
You can't pin it all on that. I mean, a lot of it was on your head coach.
But you compare, the first 2 games with this team, you threw it out the window because they were playing such, really bad teams. Then the trip to Penn State, I thought they played a good game, but some self-inflicted wounds. But the defense played well. I mean, look at what Sean Clifford just did to Ohio State. Not the best defense in the world, but just did that in a primetime game. What did Clifford throw for? 361. Yeah. 361 against Ohio State.
I don't know about you guys. 2 bad halves of football. The second half against Penn State, the first half against Georgia State. And then let's take Georgia away. Georgia's that elite team. Outside of those 2 halves, against second half Penn State, first half against Georgia State, this defense has played really good.
Not that this matters because the game's over and it really isn't affecting Auburn, but Penn State and Auburn, since those games, have been ships in the night to me. I don't know about you guys.
Oh, yeah.
Penn State's progressively gotten worse, the Ohio State game notwithstanding, and Auburn's progressively gotten better. Like if you played that game right now in Happy Valley, Saturday night, Happy Valley, I think Auburn wins that game maybe by 2 scores.
But
I agree.
Here is why I'm not sure Auburn wins this weekend. And I'll tell you after you tell us about our friends at Greystone Chiropractic.
What a tease, Dunaway.
I was trying to be Ryan Seacrest.
Yeah. After the break. Greystone Chiropractic is my man, Dr. Lee Goldenberg. I went in there just to get loose from my golf swing. And what I learned is that getting your spine properly aligned gets your nervous system right, which controls every cell, tissue, and organ in your body. And it makes you a healthier person. So enjoy a healthier life today by visiting Greystone Chiropractic, GreystoneChiropractor.com, GreystoneChiropractor.com, or 205-981-8090, 205-981-8090.
All right, so this Texas A&M team, who by far played their best game against Alabama, right?
Yeah.
And they've been off the radar since then. If they can tap back into that big game mentality, if they can get back to the Aggies we saw against Alabama, I think they win this game this weekend, right? If they play anywhere close to what they played against Alabama, they beat Auburn this weekend.
Well, with that said, if they play anywhere close to the way they played against Alabama, that means Calzada's got to have that type of game. And I just don't know. I haven't seen enough consistency from Calzada.
There hasn't been. The reason you haven't seen enough consistency is it doesn't exist. The guy,
right. Weidermeyer is a weapon that they don't utilize enough. I believe in Spiller and H.A. running the football. The offensive line isn't close to what it was last year. I don't know. I mean, I think this is a coin flip game. And I would say I lean A&M because they're playing in College Station, but the road team always wins this game.
Actually, you have seen consistency out of Calzada.
Well, you're right.
Consistently bad.
Consistently bad.
Yeah.
He's not a good quarterback. I will never be able to explain what happened that night against Alabama. That's going to go down as one of the great mysteries of this college football season, maybe several seasons, because it is. If you look at his stat line for the year, it is the biggest outlier. He had the same type of game against New Mexico, but that's New Mexico. All right? You and I could go out there and do that. But outside of New Mexico, 47 completion percentage, 183 yards. 55 completion percentage, 151 yards. 60 completion percentage, 135 yards. 52 completion percentage, 148. 50 completion percentage, 187. That's who he is.
No, that's terrible.
And then I'll give you Alabama, 67%, 285. It makes no sense.
Pull up the stats. What was C.J. Spiller receiving in the Alabama game?
Oh, C.J. Spiller. Give me one second.
What was Spiller receiving in the Alabama game?
Isaiah Spiller. That's what you thought. C.J. Spiller was the running back for Clemson. That's what
Isaiah Spiller, my bad. The other Spiller. The Spiller is still playing college football, Jim.
Yes, that one.
Yeah.
You're going to have to give me a second.
Okay. And I've got some numbers on this in the matchup. I don't know if you guys were looking at this game for y'all's matchup.
Not. We'll do that coming up then, later on the show. So we'll do the matchup on A&M and Auburn. I just remember some crucial moments in the game. The easy throw from the quarterback to those great talented running backs or
I think there was one big will play.
Probably so. Isaiah Spiller.
Seems like forever ago.
It really does. It's hard to remember that game. What do you want to know about Spiller?
What was his game like? Receiving
yards.
Against Alabama?
Yeah.
God dog it. I've got him rushing. Give me one second. Receiving against Alabama, Spiller 4 catches, 43 yards.
4 catches, 43 yards.
He's had 21 catches on the season for 179 yards. Again, the Alabama game, complete outlier for him. I could probably go through their whole offensive roster and tell you, Alabama game, complete outlier for this guy. What they did that night against Alabama is baffling when you look at their season as a whole.
So LT will do the matchup later on, and Auburn, Texas A&M is part of his. Right now, gut feeling too close to call. Your gut feeling on that game?
I think I'm going Auburn, but I warned Auburn fans I went Ole Miss last week.
Yeah, gut feeling for me is Texas A&M and a close one, a classic coming up 2:30 down in College Station. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. If you got a son or daughter right now who's starting to look at college, whether they're a junior or senior in high school, think about the University of Montevallo. Great location in central part of the state, easy drive from your home, but far enough away they feel like they're out of way so that they can go enjoy college a little bit. Great class sizes when you talk about academics, right? You want them to succeed academically. Small class sizes, one-on-one relationship there with the professors. Beautiful campus, according to Southern Living. U.S. News and World Report calls it a best value school, which means tuition is right in line that fits a lot of people's budget. Check them out. Schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. More college football, and Rockstar has our 4 downs today. That is next on the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Cool weather is approaching, and now is the time to get your heating system checked out. Excalibur Services excels in all residential heating, cooling, or electrical problems or upgrades you may have in your home. Owned by a Marine veteran, Excalibur uses highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts to ensure the job is done correctly and in a timely manner. If you're looking for a company you can trust to do it right, call Excalibur today at 205-718-8688 or excaliburservice.com. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. In recognition of the service and support of our communities, Academy Sports and Outdoors is offering military and first responders 10% off their purchases, both in-store and online, from October 24th through November 14th. Academy is making shopping even easier with curbside and in-store pickup available now. So stop by your store or academy.com and redeem your military and first responder discount. Exclusions apply. Visit academy.com/discount for all the details.
Golf is hard enough as it is. It should be fun and enjoyable, That's why you should check out my friends with Golf Tees, the place to go for punny golf apparel. Quality golf apparel with a sense of humor. To check out the fun, go to officialgolftees.com for the latest in golf t-shirts and hats. Quality and fun apparel, priced for everyone, no matter your budget. Again, check them out on their website, officialgolftees.com, or on all social media platforms at Official Golf Tees. Relax and swing hard in case you hit it. officialgolftees.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's. Look, fall is here. You want to enjoy that outdoor weather. Imagine sitting out there on the Saturday, manning the grill. You're watching football. You don't want to deal with the mosquitoes. Don't let the mosquitoes ruin your perfect day. The professionals at Wayne's can protect you, your family, and your pets. Call today, 1-866-WAYNES1. You can always go online. Call Waynes.com. Fall weather is here. Enjoy it with the family, mosquito-free. You can do it with our friends at Wayne's. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Cookie Dough Magic is a locally owned dessert shop serving 13 flavors of edible cookie dough by the scoop. Visit today and try their delicious, safe-to-eat cookie dough in a homemade cone, milkshake, or sundae. Cookie Dough Magic also offers their cookie dough by the box, which is perfect for holiday parties, for work, classrooms, and family get-togethers. 3 locations, Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville. And they offer nationwide shipping, of course. So visit mycookiedoughmagic.com to order. That's mycookiedoughmagic.com.
Being a boot fanatic, I have found the perfect place to shop for the greatest selection of boots with brands like Lucchese, Ariat, Dan Post, Twisted X, Justin, and more. Hey, Tom Luganbill here, telling you Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear in Coleman is the place to go. Western boots, fashion boots, and work boots. Jack's has them all. Plus, a great selection of apparel and boots for the entire family. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear is a one-stop shop for all your holiday gift-giving needs. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear, I-65, exit 304. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's on Facebook and Instagram.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here for the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And we are live, hour number 2 from our Birmingham Racecourse Casino studio, high atop the Blue Lakes Center on a drizzly day outside, chilly day outside here in Birmingham, Alabama, where we broadcast from, presented by our friends at Bud Light. And part of our show today, the headlines at least, being brought to you by our friends at the Pants Store. 5 great locations as you're getting ready to start buying for that football fan, college football fan in your life, or if you're heading to games later on, you want to change that wardrobe, you can do that at the Pants Store. 5 locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville. And don't forget, online, pantstore.com. You can see all the game day wear for the men and the ladies, all the game day accessories, the Yeti Coolers, cups, and Yeti Huggies, the sunglasses, the game day hats, and a lot more. It's all at the Pants Store. 5 locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville. What month was it that was always Izzo month? Is that March?
March, yeah. January, February, Izzo, April.
Yeah, I mean, you have to say that in November, Nick Saban's been pretty good. Here's Nick Saban talking about the mentality of Alabama under Nick Saban in Tuscaloosa, how he approaches the month of November.
Yeah, well, this is November, all right, so it's important to start it the right way. Play one play at a time, one game at a time, one quarter at a time, one team at a time, and be able to maintain your ability to stay focused so that you continue to improve as a team. And, you know, from my perspective, I don't want to wear the players out so that our explosive movement and our speed is going in the wrong direction through a long season. So, we want to make sure that, we're sort of going in this direction physically, but keeping the right mental frame of mind.
November has been there have been some upsets.
There have been.
I think that's been his worst month.
Yeah, I think so. Record-wise, I was just thinking as he was talking, I bet you his best record is in September.
Right.
I bet you second best is October, third best is November. So this is something he's probably.
I would go
unless
September.
It's national championship years.
No, I would say that, because there's more games in November, I wouldn't be surprised if it was September, October, January, then November.
Because I'm guessing the teams he's lost the most games to are LSU and Auburn, and both those fall in November. So that's why I would think his record is in November. But you're right, in a national championship, you're by and large, he's good in November.
Yeah, even though he has lost once to LSU and won a national championship, and lost once to Auburn and won a national championship.
Both those games in November.
But this is the month where there are those two monumental games,
That's
LSU
right.
and Auburn.
Yep.
And you've got to have the right mentality to carry that over then and win an SEC championship game, which is always usually against a great opponent, like it would be this year. And then you flip the calendar.
It's the old nut cutting month, right?
It is. It's down to that. So it's a good mental approach there. Other headlines include the commissioners of all the power conferences and the Group of Five conferences continue to meet in Dallas. Heather Dinich there covering it for ESPN. Their conversation today on the expansion of the college football playoffs. The TCU search starting to focus on Sonny Dykes. Deion Sanders, his name is being mentioned. Jay Norvell, Tony Elliott, and Kellen Moore, some of the names being mentioned there. And Minnesota has extended the contract of P.J. Fleck through 2028, a new 7-year deal. He's going to make $5 million a year at Minnesota.
Yeah, this is another one of those examples. If you're happy where you are, whether it's Matt Campbell in Ames, if it's Mark Stoops in Lexington, or now P.J. Fleck in Minneapolis, you're making so much money. If you believe that you can catch lightning in a bottle and maybe win a championship, there's no reason to leave these programs. And Minnesota is one of those programs, if things would have broken right, and if they didn't have injuries early this year, they could have easily won the West with one loss, and then who knows what happens.
Anytime we see a deal like this, I always go back to how short-sighted the national media was when Nick Saban was hired at Alabama, decrying the fact that he was making $4 million a year guaranteed over 8 years.
It was unprecedented, though.
It was, but maybe step back for a second rather than trying to be so over-the-top media member and say, maybe that's a good investment. Maybe. Let's just see if it's a good investment before we talk about it being the downfall of college football. Fast forward now 15 years, the Minnesota coach is making $5 million. Minnesota. I mean, it's just so silly when you look back on it, how
a team,
crazy everybody went over that.
By the way, that lost to Bowling Green at home this year.
Yeah.
And he got an extension. That's what's weird about college football. You talk about these openings and guys that are being fired in the middle of the season, how many we ultimately will have. P.J. Fleck lost to one of the worst teams in college football this year at home.
Before we get Rockstar's four downs here, and it's always away from sports on Thursday, so we're looking forward to that. I do want to point out that Bruce Feldman, our friend from The Athletic, writing this yesterday, that his sources are telling him Scott Woodward has not given up on who?
Jimbo Fisher.
Jimbo Fisher. That he still believes he can make a play that would bring Jimbo Fisher from Texas A&M, even though Jimbo has talked about his multiple ranches that he has in Texas.
Got two of them.
Yeah, he's got ranches, multiple ranches in Texas, and says he's happy there, he's staying there. But Feldman, writing that Scott Woodward still thinks he has a play for Jimbo Fisher down the stretch. This with LSU coming to town this weekend. Any thoughts on if you think Jimbo is still in the mix at LSU?
I'm not buying it. I mean, he had his best year last year, the COVID year where he had one loss and he was right outside of the top four. You know, Jimbo can still, if he sticks the landing here, they can go 10-2. They could still be easily close to a top 5 team this year. So,
but now if they lose to Auburn this weekend,
I mean, it could get different.
Okay, let me phrase it this way. You think Scott Woodward's cheering for Auburn this weekend?
Yeah, but I mean, do you want the guy that?
No, I think Scott Woodward wants to hire the guy.
That's right.
I think he wants to hire his own guy at LSU and be able to look back and say, look, I hired the best coach in the history of Texas A&M. I hired the best coach in the history of LSU.
But it really makes no sense from Jimbo's perspective. What is different at LSU than at A&M?
It's more pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I really do think so.
I
think Jimbo's pretty highly regarded right now, and he hasn't really done much at A&M yet. I mean, he's beaten Alabama. That's about it.
If he goes 9-3 this year, so this is year 4 or 5 for Jimbo?
I believe 4. I'll pull it up.
He would be on a hot seat next year at LSU.
Yeah, I mean,
it really would be.
Again, we pointed out all the time, the last 2 coaches to be fired at LSU won a national championship. And Jimbo hasn't even been close to that at A&M, and it's so far from the hot seat, right? They just got not only is he not on the hot seat, he just got an extension. Well, big one too, right? He's making like $9 a year.
And I think the ranches are more prevalent in Texas
than Baton Rouge,
than Louisiana.
Yeah, I would
not enough room there for him to have 2 ranches.
It really makes no sense if you're Jimbo. It doesn't.
All right, check goes Woodward, Fisher, Saban, Emmert, all one big happy family. That's I mean, working with your friends, that does make a difference.
It does, but there again, I look at the guys they're firing, national championship coaches. I haven't even come close to that at A&M, and I'm getting extensions.
Blake talking about the Auburn Texas A&M game this weekend in the Farmfolio chat room says there's always a chance that bad Bo Nix shows up in road games. AU fan, sure there is a chance, but he's looked good in the last 2 road games. To me, the most impressive games for Auburn this year has been at Penn State in the loss, win at LSU, win at Arkansas. It's been away from Jordan-Hare. I mean, good at Jordan-Hare. But their most embarrassing game was Georgia State at home.
Yeah,
they've been more impressive to me on those 3 road games than anywhere else.
If you're an Auburn fan, I think you hope bad Bo Nix has died. That you've gotten enough good Bo Nix strung together that maybe that's who he's become. Right?
That he's gone through the exorcist of bad Bo Nix, and he has spit that
pea soup
all over the walls.
Yeah.
And his head spun around a couple of times.
Yeah. I mean, I think you've seen enough, about a good month now, of good Bo Nix. Again, the Georgia game is going to be the outlier in this. You're going to have to discount some of that.
Yeah, but again, he was running for his life against one of the best defenses we've seen in the history of college football.
And his receivers were doing nothing to help him. And I know it sounds like we're excusing a poor game for him, and I guess we really are. But I think you've seen enough good play out of Bo Nix that you're kind of hopeful that's who he's become now.
I like what Brett's doing. I always love somebody puts a topic on social media and says wrong answers only.
Right.
Brett started that off for the Akron opening this morning. Wrong answers only. Will Muschamp. Always up for a job.
Will's always coaching.
They had a former Auburn guy there.
So shouldn't have fired him, as it turns out.
Okay, here we go. Let's do 3 and out today. Rockstar brings that to us. He's got 4 of those. So too are 4 locations of Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, anything you need. Maybe get that car winterized. It's out there. It's wet. It's slippery today. You need to get the tires checked out. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
What is slowly disappearing?
Common sense.
I was.
You're going to say common sense?
Common sense.
Common
yes.
sense. You take it, Lance.
No, common sense. I mean, I think our society is just, they are losing their minds.
They really are. There's just no common. I thought about saying civility, because I do think it also is slowly disappearing. Maybe it's quickly disappearing. I don't know. But common sense and civility almost go hand in hand, really. There's none of either in our society anymore. Very little.
Face-to-face conversation?
Yeah.
Like in-person conversation, like dating?
God, I saw
conversation?
The saddest and most dangerous thing I've seen on the road yesterday. I won't call out the tag number, though I have it memorized here.
So do I. You tell any tag number, I know who it is.
But it was a Ford. It was Chevrolet. It was a Chevrolet truck.
He knows the tag number. It sure as hell doesn't know what the car was.
Ford or Chevrolet.
It was Chevrolet truck, and the guy pulled out of this Home Depot-like store and cut me off and went to a turn lane, but I went on up, and then he cut back over into the lane I was going to go straight across, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he cut me off twice, but I'm okay. He was going slow, I was going slow. And then I'm going to run, and we're going down the road 2 days ago. We're going to run.
Oh, so same truck.
Yeah, it was 2 days ago, yeah. So we're going down, and then all of a sudden I look over, he is full texting and looking at his phone while he's driving, and his son, who's probably 14, in the passenger seat looking at his phone. And both of them never taking I'm sure he's glancing up occasionally to look at the road, but all the way down until that little elementary school, He's just all into the phone.
Well, they were probably, hey, son, do you think that's Emmy winner Jimmy Dunaway next to us?
No, it's Michael Keaton, man. That's Michael Keaton. I've seen
they
Batman.
Probably were both Googling.
I mean, I hope they were downloading the Next Round app, but please do that when you're not driving down the road. It was scary to see that happening. And I see, I will check mine at the stoplight and try not to do it when you're driving. I mean, nobody's perfect at that, but to do it for that extended period of time, common sense is a good answer. Workplace compliments. You can't really do those anymore.
Yeah, and I was going to say the rock genre too, like the traditional old school rock band. That is gone.
Workplace compliments. It's just you got to be careful with the females. Like you can do it for males.
Well, and again, it comes back to common sense.
Staff, right?
Yes, that's correct.
The societal issues are political issues, and if people would use common sense.
Yeah.
It just makes
no sense. But it's dying, Lance.
It makes no sense.
Dying, Lance.
Like I offered Brown walking down the hall the other day. I said, "Man, you need a hug?"
I didn't.
And he was like, "No, I'm going to call Simpio HR real quick."
I just didn't need a hug.
It's just a weird compliment, man. Yeah. I don't think it's a compliment. That's more of a demand.
I meant to ask you, could you make? I think it's number 2. Can you make that your last one? I think that's a one that can be a little extended.
Okay.
Can you skip the next one here?
Sure.
Okay.
Second down.
What do you not own enough of?
Time.
Okay.
Nobody owns time.
I know, but you wish you had more time. Amazon stock would be nice.
Mine was going to be Bitcoin. I don't own near enough Bitcoin. Wish I had way more of that.
I was going to go with stuff. We don't own a lot of sheets. I think we have. It's either one or the other.
See, we've kind of got excessive sheets.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want excessive, but we don't have a lot of sheets. We do have a lot of towels.
Yeah, we got a lot of towels too. But I got 3 women in my house. You know how quick women go through towels. They go through towels, man. Now, I'm a fresh towel every time, and I've learned on this show that's not always the case.
I mean, if you're a fresh towel every time, how are the women going through more towels than you?
Because they need one for their
I think
hair.
that is very, what's the word when you're
mansplaining?
Yeah, I mean, come on. You use as many towels.
I do not, actually.
That's not very green friendly according to the hotels. I'm probably a 2 towel. I'll use it 2 times.
No, I'm a 1-time.
If you're a 1-timer, who does your laundry?
Jennifer and I. Okay. Yeah, we both do.
It's like...
What?
No, it's just a lot of laundry if you're using a towel every time. Because you're like me. I mean, I'm 2 or 3 showers a day.
Yeah. Yeah. No, so I go 2 or 3.
And you use a washcloth, right?
I do not use a washcloth.
I still don't understand
Do you use
just a bar of soap for me?
No,
How do you wash your ass with your hand?
Well, Lance,
it's very simple.
I don't use soap either because that'll get you. I just use the air. No, okay.
Third down.
And it wasn't just to you. I thought that you were a washcloth guy. I remember
I'm not a washcloth
It was
guy.
like a 50-50 thing.
I just put it in my hand and rub it on, man. Just a little squirt it in my hand and rub it all over me.
They didn't have washcloth in the 1500s.
Yeah, and I don't think their balls were clean.
They didn't have showers.
There's just one more thing I got to wash.
Third down. What is the question you should never ask on a first date? Dunaway.
I bet he's asked a lot of these.
Do you like mayonnaise? Is the hot question of
I
the
think
month
the
up
easy
here.
one here is, do you want to have kids?
Yeah.
I think that is a dangerous question to ask because that is immediately, it could be the immediate deal breaker. The immediate deal breaker.
It's been a long time since I've been on a date, single. Obviously, my wife and I still go on dates, but I would think if you ask anything about the future, like if you start digging into their future, it almost says I can see either can see myself in your future, or I'm trying to evaluate whether or not I want to be in your future.
Or too much about the past. How many sexual partners you had? Is that an icebreaker?
Yes.
Seriously?
Yeah,
first date?
Well, I didn't know it was the first date. We had met up. I was tricked. It was, hey, you want to come out? Me and a couple other friends are meeting at this place. I was like, okay. It was like a Thursday night. I did. Oh yeah, by the way, so and so and so and so are not coming. Oh, okay. So we're talking, and it's how many people have you slept with?
Wow.
Have you ever gotten a girl pregnant? Wait, what?
What?
Yeah.
This was the first date?
Well, I didn't find out until later that was the first date.
Wow. I hope it was the
I
last
think she was
one.
just filling you out. She wanted to get freaky.
Yeah. Or I want to have a kid.
I would say one that usually makes the date end pretty quickly with someone running from the car. As soon as they get in, you ask them if their phone's fully charged.
Do you have your tracking devices on right now?
Does anybody know where you are?
Fourth down.
So this is the one that could go long here.
I love this question.
Okay, go.
I know Dunaway's answer, I guarantee. Who is the greatest TV couple?
Oh, this is easy. At least
easy.
Right now, it's Tom and Greg on Succession.
I was thinking they had to be like
I'm
married.
talking about-
No, but you're right. That's a
Yeah,
great
I'm
duo.
talking about like man and wife, whatever.
Okay, well, I'm just talking about just
I'm not talking
couple
about-
on screen sharing it together. Tom and Greg, the dynamic there.
It is not Tom and Shiv.
It is outstanding. No, it is not Tom and Shiv. I think
What
Shiv
a
would rather
weird-
be somewhere else.
What a weird relationship.
No.
She said on one episode, "I love you." He goes, "Oh, that's good. I'm glad to know our love balance sheet isn't out of balance."
No, the night before the wedding, or was it the wedding night? She talked about, "Hey, look, this is an open relationship." Kind of wish I would have known that information before.
Such a funny couple.
Dunaway.
And it was funny when he made his offer of what he could do to help the family, and she's like, "Oh no," and then she's like,
Although it's not the worst
yeah,
idea.
Although, we don't have to spend all of our time together.
Yeah, she started running in her mind. It's like, so if he's in prison,
you're wanting me to say Ross and Rachel.
Oh, they were a terrible couple.
Yeah, but they broke up all the time.
They broke up and they were so annoying.
The
arguing.
best couple of all time on television is Pam and Jim.
I would agree with that.
Wow.
Well, let's see. Tripp says Desi and Lucy.
They were really good, by the way.
I mean, that's old school.
I mean, just think of all the mistakes that Desi put up with.
Yeah.
You see, I can't remember I Love Lucy at all. I mean, I remember the show. I just don't remember any of the dynamics. I'll tell you right now, I don't love the show. I think it's good. The roommate loves it. But Keely and Roy are a good couple.
Oh.
And Ted Lasso.
I don't think it's going to last, though.
No, probably
They've
not.
They've set the table for the breakup to come.
I like.
You don't like Walter and Skylar?
No, she was so annoying. I do like the Dumfies, Phil and what was Julie Bowen's character? What was her
I
name?
remember her name.
I like it when they, on Valentine's Day, when they wear the name tags and they meet each other in the bar. They're out of town.
Yeah, he's just such a
Juliet.
fun-loving doofus, and she puts up with it. Like they were just cool about that. Yeah. And even on that show too, the two dudes. What are their names? Eric Stone Street and that other guy.
Mitch and
they're
Cam.
They're hilarious together.
Well, Blake, we didn't ask for brother and sister. Cersei and Jamie Lannister. Weren't they also brother and sister?
Yeah, they had benefits.
Yeah.
Yeah, Phil and Claire. That's their name. Phil and Claire.
Walt and Jesse.
That's a good couple.
Carol and Mike Brady.
Mr. White.
Yeah, Phil and Claire. I like that a lot.
It's a good question, Rockstar. It is not Ross and Rachel, though.
Corey and Topanga.
They're a good couple, man.
They were.
Kevin Arnold and Winnie Cooper.
There's a lot of good ones over the years.
Yeah.
A lot of good couples over the years. I think Rip. And
we can't go Phil and Claire Huxtable anymore, can we?
We cannot. They were good.
We can go
day.
Rip and the girl
apart.
likes to take her baths
Beth.
outside. Rip and Beth.
Girl likes to take her baths outside.
Yeah. I saw Doug Bell. That's who he went as for Halloween.
What, is Beth Dutton?
Wow. Would have been a better picture. He went as Rip.
Was it
I
good?
think they were.
Yeah, it was
I
pretty
think
good.
Rip was a bigger Halloween dress up last year in 2020 than 2021.
So you're just calling Doug out that he's a year or two late?
No, I'm just saying I saw a ton of Rips last year.
I don't remember Halloween last year. I just remember this past one. But I saw
it was on the 31st last year.
Thank you.
Yep. Yeah.
Doug rolling around as Rip this past week. Had his beard all blackened in and everything. Thought it was pretty good. That returns Sunday night, Yellowstone, by the way. Looking forward to that 2-hour premiere.
Epic 2-hour event.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be a big one, Rocky.
Well,
It could be a 10-minute episode for LT is what he's telling me.
Yeah, he needs it early.
I mean, will you stick with it?
Oh, I'm sticking with. I am as I've told you that my best trait on this show and anywhere in life is that I'm loyal,
except for Breaking Bad, and this.
Well, I never committed to Breaking Bad
and weight training.
So what do you
I never
consider,
started that either.
What do you consider a commitment? How many shows?
Maggie asks me that all the time. Once I get involved, once I like it, I stay with it through the bad. Once it's gotten to where it's good, I stay through it. And Breaking Bad never has hit that note with me.
So you've never jumped out of a show?
No, not if I fall in love with characters. I want to see how it ends. Like I will stay through Yellowstone until
I have
the
my
very end.
fingers crossed that this thing plays out the way I want it to play out.
Well, if it plays out the way you want to play out, there's no characters left.
I didn't say that. That was Dunaway.
I'm just saying, you like death and destruction.
No.
Somebody gets beheaded.
That is the dragons show up at Yellowstone.
Blow fire.
That is four downs, 3 and out, brought to you by our friends. It doesn't matter.
All the
3
above.
and out, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, take your vehicle by any of those 4 locations. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper, locally owned and operated. Our friends at VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Blake says Dunaway's commitment is going to walk-ons on a daily basis. Love going to our sponsors. You should too. Appreciate all you guys jumping in there. Fiona and any one of her one-night stands from Shameless.
Oh, Emmy Rossum.
Thank you, Paul, for that.
Big fan. I only watched one season. That was another one that I had to jump out of. But I'm a big Fiona fan.
You know, I never watched an entire. I would see bits and pieces of it, and it was always good when I watched it. I always wished I would go back and start that show over.
And Lance, you always wanted William H. Macy's hair. Like, that was the best hair you wanted.
Look, he's a great actor, but I think it was how dirty that whole family was. It just drove me crazy.
Yeah. It did not. You would not drop anything on their floor and pick it up and eat it.
I don't think I could walk across it.
Rockstar's got a viewing menu, and then we'll get back to college football when we come back, including one big opportunity for someone to stack on a record that is pretty surprising. But they've already done it once again this year. They lead college football in this stat, and they've already added to it this year. And lo and behold, they get a second shot at doing it again this year. It's next on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. What does that mean? It means you are the reason they have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. ERA King believes a culture focused on building value in their agents produces big value for their clients and their families. To find your agent, text MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King, working hard to make home buying easy. Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trussville, and Gardendale. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com.
Say you had the greatest job in the world, which everyone knows is crafting pumpkin fresh frozen custard desserts at Culver's. Here would be your typical day. Pour farm fresh dairy into the custard maker and run continuously all day. Add real pumpkin puree and pumpkin pie spice, then craft our pumpkin spice shake or salted caramel pumpkin concrete mixer. Yum! Serve with a great big pumpkin lovin' smile.
Just like that, pumpkin's back at Culver's, but not for long. Welcome to Delicious.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the next round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today, 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
Back with you on the Next Round, 27 after. LT, D&B with you right here. They're making their way back in because we just got some from scratch homemade muffins from Chef Lynn and the folks at the Meadows Golf Course right there on Highway 280. A great place to play golf and apparently to eat muffins.
Yeah. No, hey, they've got great food, great bar, great bar cart girl. Yeah.
Woman.
Beverage cart. Yeah. How did I? I'm not going to be politically correct here.
Just fantastic place to play golf. I got offered to play there on Friday. I can't make it. And they do a lot of fundraisers and tournaments for local schools. Chelsea's baseball team's going to be out there Friday playing a scramble. If you've got an organization that needs a place to sign up and play golf, play a tournament to raise money for your organization, or but you guys did you have a wedding reception out there one night, or I see events out there all the time at the Meadows, so they'll do anything in their beautiful clubhouse, great courts out there. Our friends at the Meadows. I'm glad to have them in studio today. Rockstar's Viewing Menu is brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. I did find the name of the picture. Remember the World Series picture of the father and the son?
Yes.
Rab, R-A-B, is the guy, is the dad. The little kid's name is Robert. They watch and listen. Here's the picture from yesterday. Cool photo. And he actually sent me a couple other pictures where you can see their faces as well. But that's an iconic photo. And I have sent it to the Atlanta Braves, too. And I said, listen, I know it's not a home game, and you probably could buy actors to pose for a picture to be in your promotional stuff. But to me, that's an iconic photo that if I was the Braves, I would use.
No doubt.
I would pay them and use them somehow in some ad.
I bet the Astros won't.
I bet the Astros will not either.
Do you know, and I don't want to get sappy here, but I hope that child, he'll realize it one day, but right now does not realize how fortunate he is. They're local, right?
They are.
To have a father that will put him, I assume, on a plane or in a car, go to Houston, go to a World Series game so you can see your favorite team win.
Yep.
I hope that child knows how fortunate he is.
Here's the story. My sister-in-law, who is an Astros fan, took that of us. I didn't even realize she was doing it. When I saw the picture, it literally brought tears to my eyes. A moment I will never forget. I hope so for him, too.
Yep, that's phenomenal. Great photo, too. Great photo.
Anyway, we have our pictures all the time. You send us as part of our New Life Art promotion.
Yeah, New Life Art bring you the memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. You can check out that art. Go to danielmooreart.com or call for more information, 1-800-735-2787.
I got one thing to watch and one thing to gripe about, or not watch. HBO Max is premiering. They're remaking Head of the Class.
Head of the Class.
I don't remember that show. Head of the Class.
Show is the New York.
What was the guy that he played Johnny Fever on KRP in Cincinnati?
Yeah,
wasn't
he left, and then the Scottish guy took over. It was just a teacher that's close with his class, high school class. And
Robin Givens.
Robin Givens was in it. Yes.
Yeah. So it's it's
like a Welcome Back Kotter.
Welcome Back Kotter. So I was going to say a more modern day version of that.
And my gripe is, the wife watches Discovery Plus. And there is a show, I don't know, Brown, if you've watched this, called The Lost Kitchen.
I have not. On
Magnolia.
Yes, I have watched that. It is okay. You're going to gripe about it. It's a really cool story.
It is one of the most pretentious things I have ever seen.
I would agree. It's a pretentious.
Woman who has. We have no culinary training, any of our staff, but she has a little house in Maine, a little restaurant in Maine, and you can have reservations. They do service on Friday and Saturdays. but you have to write a postcard or a letter and a personal story to them, mail it to them, and they'll read it and then invite you to have 48 people for a dinner.
Yeah, they invite you. Right?
Yes, but it takes, people wait like 2 years, and the whole time she's like, I'm thinking, for some reason, the beautiful thing is right now is parsley, and I really enjoy the person that grows the parsley. It's just his name is Gus, and he's such an admirable person, and we're going to go down to and they go, what they do is with the card, they call you, and they say, Jim, yes, hi, it's Dawn from the Lost Kitchen. I want to let you know that you're going to be eating with us this week.
This week? They give you a week notice?
This Friday.
Well, 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 week notice. Man, people come from all over the country.
If I got that call, I wouldn't know what was going on.
My wife is going to be so excited. We have been begging to have you. We did a postcard last year. Yes, and you're going to be here
I
next
don't know if you noticed, but they never have empty tables.
Has Nancy sent a card in yet?
No, I hope to God no. But they eat like salmon and stuff like the
Aren't
food
they in New Hampshire?
Yeah, Rocky would hate
salmon. I love salmon.
Yeah, it's in Maine.
Where is the Kraft mac and cheese?
It is, but it's so pretentious, and like they have wine, and she does a little story, and like we just got through COVID, and it's the hardest year of our entire lives. It's just awful.
Yeah.
But it's called The Lost Kitchen on
So you didn't
Discovery
like
Plus.
it?
No.
Well, I'll have to turn it on. Maggie's always
And her
looking for
voice
another
kills
cooking
me.
show. She's probably already seen it. That's why
Did they have a British version?
No, she'll just change her voice to make it. I mean, this doesn't surprise anybody because my wife loves accents, and probably will leave me for a guy with an accent someday when I'm old and pruned up.
Jeez.
But I
She left me with somebody with an accent.
I was old and pruned up though. So.
I said, hey, my phone is out in the car. Can you ask Siri real quick what the weather will be tomorrow in Birmingham? No joke. This happened last night. First of all, it's a British Siri accent coming back.
Did it give you Birmingham, England?
And it gave you Birmingham, England. In Birmingham, it'll be 56 and rainy.
It's going to be 28 Celsius.
And I
bet it's about the same today.
And it was exactly the same. 2 degrees warmer here than it is there.
Does Maggie refuse to use Fahrenheit? Is she Celsius only?
She is not.
No.
We're not that high IQ. All right, that's what Rockstar is watching. Here's the stat that Brown was the first one to say this on the show. I'm sure he wasn't the first one ever to say it.
It's possible though. Tell me.
But Purdue leads the NCAA all time for being unranked and beating top 5 teams.
I got that from somebody else.
That was me that said that.
Okay, LT. I'll give LT.
Yes, and I said it to Dunaway in the breakout.
No, I brought it up 2 weeks ago when Purdue beat. Who did they beat? Iowa.
They beat Iowa.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now they're unranked again.
Right.
Because Purdue got into the rankings, lost, and now they're unranked again.
And guess who they play?
But here's their opportunity again. 16 times. They're 5 better than anybody else in the history of college football about being unranked and beating a top 5 team. They've done it once already this year. And here they are again at home, unranked, and here comes Michigan State.
I think it's only a top 2 team.
Top 5 is the stat I'm looking at. 16 times it's happened.
They've done it more against top 2 and top 5. Yeah. And I think top 10. I think they lead in top 10 as well. Now, again, this is a pretty narrow stat because you got to be unranked and beat a rank. I mean, that doesn't happen a ton.
Well,
and
not
beat
just
top 10.
Not just a rank, the top 5, top
right.
10, or top 2, depending on which stat you're looking at.
And most of your really good college football programs are never in this situation.
Right.
Rarely is an Alabama or a Notre Dame
I think
or a
USC,
Texas or a USC.
In this version of it, USC is 11th.
Wow.
11 of these. They've done it 11 times, so I think they've done it twice.
I like
or they're second.
I like their chances here, and I'm going to get to some of that in the matchup coming up a little bit later on, Lance. But I don't know if you guys remember, we did an exercise with all the undefeateds a few weeks back. Their first game they would lose, and I said it would be Purdue for Michigan State because I thought they would beat Michigan, and this would be the old hangover game. And Mel Tucker's got his hands full this week. It's a good enough team to beat them, and he's got the hangover after that big game last week.
Well, Vegas eventually gets this stuff right, and there was a reason that Michigan was a 4-point favorite on the road. Michigan just imploded last week. They can't win those top 10 games. They were up 16. Michigan State winning that game still blows me away. Virtually, they're saying these are even teams right now, Purdue and Michigan State. That's what Vegas is saying.
Yeah.
If you've watched Michigan State, Kenneth Walker is really good. It's not a great team, though.
It's not.
And it's more of an 8-4 team. They'll have a better record than that because they survived some of these games.
They're not really good defensively.
No, but I threw this out as my upset alert yesterday. I think Purdue wins this game, and
I do too.
Think they win this game going away by 10 or 14 points.
Really?
Yeah.
It is a weird stat, and I think they're going to add to that stat. You're right. They had to fall back out of the rankings to make this happen. So now they did it.
So they could be 17 at this point. That's insane.
It's incredible. It really is an incredible stat.
Part of our show brought to you by Nut Dust. Rockstar was griping about something in his viewing menu. I've got something to gripe about with the NCAA here. It's our Nut Dust moment of the day.
Nut Dust, redefining the use and feel of body powder. Nut Dust is talc-free. It's an all-natural body powder. It's great for all over the body, feet, below the belt, available in 4 great scents: Naked, Voyager, Laddie, and Wildly. All day, every day, Nut Dust has got you covered. For more information, visit officialnutdust.com. Put in that promo code FALL. You'll get a great discount for the holiday season.
Listen, I cannot tell you how many times the NCAA over the history of my broadcasting career gets something wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But we had 2 parts yesterday. One's a conference and one is the NCAA. Oklahoma State basketball. And I'm not saying they didn't do anything wrong because an assistant coach admitted guilt back in that FBI sting thing. But to carry on the appeal process for 17 months, what year was that? Was that 2017, 2018? When was this? I mean, it's been forever ago.
Like an eternity.
I heard Mike Boynton's, I heard it live yesterday, his press conference.
He read out the names.
I loved it.
He read out the names of everyone on the NCAA infractions committee that gave him the penalty. They are penalizing Oklahoma State basketball 6 days before the season starts that they cannot go to the NCAA tournament this year because of something that one assistant coach did during that FBI sting operation, and they've appealed. The appeal didn't work, and I'm all for penalties, and you got to follow rules, but we all know we fudge the rules as much as we can until we get caught. But when you get caught, you got to pay the price. But to keep this team, these student athletes who were probably freshmen or sophomores in high school from playing in the NCAA tournament, doesn't make sense. That's not a just punishment.
I was going to text you guys yesterday when I heard the sound and say, hey, we probably need to cut this up because I loved how passionate he was. Now, the player that took the $300 is a current player. But
he should lose his eligibility or sit out a game for $300.
They self-reported this.
Yeah.
They self-reported it. They paid the $300 back, make the guy sit out maybe a month, 10 games, whatever the number is. But Boynton, he read every name, which was awesome.
Which I loved.
And said, these people slept well last night. I'm the guy that had to stand in front of 17, and 18-year-olds and tell them that they aren't going to be able to participate in the NCAA tournament this year.
So Lamont Evans was the assistant coach who basically took $18,000 some odd to steer recruits to Oklahoma State. Part of that sting operation that you've seen a lot of NCAA basketball programs hit with. And we're still dealing with that. Will Wade, still waiting on that. To some degree, Auburn, still waiting on that.
Well, Evans did prison time.
Yeah, I mean, all 4 assistants who got caught in that all admitted guilt. He went to prison. I don't know about Chuck Person or any of that.
I don't know how that turned out with Person. Yeah, to be honest with you.
And see, that's always been my point about these NCAA sanctions and violations. I mean, there was a big story when it was happening. We don't even care.
Well, I mean,
now.
but Person was FBI. It wasn't even NCAA. Yeah. The FBI held a news conference on that one.
But the worst thing yesterday to me, and before I say the story, yes, it's a rule that this conference has. Yes, they've already done it once to another school, but that doesn't make it right then or right now. The Colonial Athletic Association, the CAA, James Madison is leaving the CAA to come to the Sun Belt. They just haven't announced it yet. The CAA tells them, if you make the announcement, the moment you make the announcement, football is already happening, but every one of your other sports, every one of them, the moment you make the announcement you're leaving and going to the Sun Belt, we're not going to allow them to compete for the conference championship.
This is petty.
You can't go to the conference basketball tournament to get the automatic bids. Lacrosse, field hockey, none of it. You're not playing for it.
Terrible look.
It's petty, and you said
they did it with Old Dominion in 2013.
I was about to say that. You said something key here is they've done it before,
right? It was wrong then.
Well, it was wrong then. But here's the thing: you guys disciplined your children growing up, right?
Yes.
Okay. If there was some sort of discipline you used that didn't work, did you keep using it?
Nope.
Why?
Because it didn't work.
Is this one working?
It didn't. I mean, because
is it working?
How is the CAA going to keep you from going to the Sun Belt or to a better conference?
That's why it's just a petty punishment, because they saw it with Old Dominion and they still made the decision to do it. Yeah. So clearly, this is not keeping teams from leaving the conference, which would be the only reason to do it.
This is the equivalent of a guy that, let's say, Chris Beard would have won a national championship at Texas Tech. And Texas Tech, Kirby Hocutt saying, I'm not going to give you your ring because you're taking the Texas job.
Yeah.
But the players have no say-so in that they're changing conferences. When they came to James Madison, they came to play for a CAA school, and not one of them in the room when they're deciding to go to the Sun Belt, right?
That's right.
All the administrators take all their CAA money, if there is such a thing as CAA money. Don't allow them to get any benefit.
I'm fine with
at
that.
all.
Yeah.
But you can't keep the players from being able to play for a championship.
Again, it's a punishment that's clearly not working. So why are you continuing?
I don't
to use
understand
it?
why we're punishing both the players in the CAA case and that NCAA case. Just doesn't make sense. Part of our show being brought to you by the great people at Mortgage Right. Always makes sense if you're looking for a good mortgage.
Hey, everyone likes to win every now and again, and with rates this low, buying a home with Mortgage Right is definitely a win. Mortgage interest rates recently hit their lowest point ever. Don't miss on your chance to take advantage of this historic moment. Who knows how long these rates will last? If you've been thinking about purchasing or refinancing a home, now is the time to act. With locations in every corner of the nation, Mortgage Right can help make the most of this great market condition. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started on your winning journey.
Don't forget Legion FC home playoff game happening Sunday, 4 o'clock down at BBVA Field. Tickets right now, bhmlegion.com, bhmlegion.com. It's the Legion versus Pittsburgh. Winner take all in advances in the USL playoffs happening Sunday, 4 o'clock downtown. You can see my interview with the captain and defender right there from the Legion FC right now online on our Double Down Media family of networks there. When we come back, always good to talk about 1993 Auburn. We'll throw that into the conversation next.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
It is the American dream to buy your own home. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Mortgage Right wants to make that dream a reality with branches across the country. Mortgage Right has all the resources of a nationwide organization while maintaining the charm of a local lender. Mortgage Right makes home buying simple. If you are looking for a quick and caring mortgage experience, Mortgage Right is your go-to lender. Get started by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. Mortgage Right, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Hello, I'm J.L. Shea, and 4 generations of Sheas have run our business in the same spot in downtown Homewood. People ask me from time to time why we do what we do. I can tell you that it's just not all about the clothes, although we are a little obsessive about the brands we bring into our store. No, we do what we do because of people just like you. And through all these years, I've learned one critical lesson. The most important part of a man's wardrobe is fit. When your clothes fit, they feel like part of you, not just something you put on in the morning. You move more easily, you feel more confident. And fit is not an accident or a matter of luck. At Shea's, whether you're buying a made-to-measure suit, a jacket off the rack, or a pair of jeans, we're going to ensure that the fit is perfectly you. Come see us at Shea's. I promise you'll notice a difference. That's Shea's in downtown Homewood, where we have been since 1922.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Excalibur Services, a name you can trust when it comes to residential heating, AC, and electrical services. Excalibur is growing and looking for exceptional HVAC techs, plumbers, and electricians. 205-718-8688. Alabama license number 15214.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
I said I'd bring up 1993 Auburn in a second. Gaston in the chat room, Farmfolio chat room. 1993 Iron Bowl, brutal game. Both starting quarterbacks knocked out. Bama upset. I watched as a trainer walking off the field with David Palmer lost his mind and crawled up into the stands after an Auburn fan who threw something.
Well, I don't remember that.
Bama was not upset there. I think Auburn was probably the favorite.
Yeah, Auburn was undefeated.
That's right. Alabama had a chance to win that game, but James Bostic put an end to it.
Yeah, long run.
Frank Sanders and James Bostic.
Yeah, Frank Sanders probably more important with
Yes.
Patrick Nix there. We'll talk about 93 Auburn in a loose way here in just a second. Part of our show being brought to you by Rockstars Guy.
Adam Mestre, MD Realty, third generation realtor. Born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You
Neil
want to
Diamond?
go? Who?
Was that Neil Diamond?
That was Neil Diamond. How'd you know?
Wow, that's very impressive.
He knows the area. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help you walk through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 at MD Realty. We make house calls.
Favorite Neil Diamond song? Rockstar, you first.
Coming to America.
Yeah, that's mine too.
That was the weird scene on the morning show. Do you watch the morning show on Apple TV?
I think we tapped out second episode.
Yeah,
yes.
that guy singing "Coming to America." That was so
They're
bizarre.
coming to America.
He was trying to show his star power.
Yeah, but I didn't get the connection. The song made no sense there.
I think he's trying to be. This is for COVID.
Well,
it's coming
and
to
also,
America. Yeah, because he's the one that's trying to get people to know us.
Yeah, that the guy's gay on the show.
Yeah, he is.
Right. I think.
I didn't know that.
I think Neil Diamond's big.
Sweet Caroline's my least
I don't
favorite.
like any Neil Diamond at all.
Forever in Blue Jeans my second least favorite.
I'm not a big Neil Diamond guy.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest Neil Diamond guy ever.
I think you missed out on morning show. Last episode was
it was really good.
Well, we just
pretty crazy.
I think the second episode, we were looking at each other like, my God, this is a long episode, and then there's just nothing going on.
The only thing I'll say about it that I do like about Succession is I'm tired of the TV shows that involve the COVID storyline. I'm watching that to get away from the COVID storyline. Like This Is Us, which my wife really likes, is all about COVID. The morning show now is about to be all about COVID. You don't have to include that. You don't have to.
Right, and it seems like the morning show, the problem I have with it, they manufacture drama. Like
Right,
Succession, the drama unfolds naturally.
Yeah.
Like you would assume it does.
I love the way your shows that you like. The other shows manufacture drama, but in a
watch it. No.
in a scripted show that is Succession, that's not manufactured drama.
No, I mean it unfolds. It seems a lot more natural.
Oh, it does seem natural.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
I'll
get
give
with
you
it,
that.
Dunaway.
I'll
quit watching your shitty shows.
I watched Succession with you. But it's actually scripted, so it is manufactured drama.
Yeah.
It's more natural, is what
I think
I'm saying.
he's talking about the writing. The writing.
I just get tired of the COVID having to be in everything. I'm watching that to get away from it.
It's not based on a true story.
I don't believe that. Smuff23 says Neil Diamond wrote a bunch of songs for the Monkees. Well, I can't really tell you a Monkey song, to be honest with you. So I don't know.
Last Train to Clarksville.
Then I saw her face. I'm a believer.
Monkeys aren't that bad a group, really. I mean, historically.
Great TV show.
I watched it when I was a kid, though.
But Smuff likes Forever in Blue Jeans. It just seems like that was the end. I would say the end of his career, but my God, that was forever ago.
Neil Diamond, 83,
still alive.
Oh yeah, he's still alive.
He is.
Yeah.
Neil Diamond wrote "I'm a Believer," which is Monkey's biggest hit, probably. Look Out, Here Comes Tomorrow, A Little Bit Me, A Little Bit You, Love to Love, Black and Blue. How about that?
Chris Felica with this stat: 1993 Auburn is the last team that was 8-0 or better to be an underdog going into a game against an unranked or a team with a non-winning record.
Okay, start that over.
Okay,
Yeah, start it over.
1993 Auburn is the last team 8-0 or better to be an underdog against a team that doesn't have a winning record.
Okay. What does Chris Felica do in his free time?
They were a 1.5 point.
How do you find that?
Wait, who? Yeah,
who does this fit?
Auburn was a 1.5 point underdog against when they were 9-0 against 4-5 Georgia, and Auburn won the game 42-28.
So is Wake the one?
Wake is the one.
Yeah,
they're now the second team 8-0 or better to be underdogs against a team not with a winning record.
Well, I will say one of the reasons Auburn, struggled that year is nobody saw them on TV. So I don't know if people knew how good they were. Maybe that's, you would think Vegas would know.
I think this is Wake. I think people are waiting on this.
I don't think anybody sees them on TV either.
Yeah.
So you think it's a little name brand problem?
No,
I think it is. I mean, imagine this if right now, let's say it's North Carolina. If North Carolina was undefeated, where would they be in this college football playoff?
Oh, if they were unbeaten, they'd be in the top 4.
2?
They'd be in the top 4 for sure, yeah.
Could they be 2?
I don't know if they'd be 2.
They started in the top 10.
Yeah.
Maybe so.
But if they were unbeaten, that means they would have beaten Notre Dame.
Right.
But Notre Dame wouldn't be as highly ranked now because that'd be their second loss. I don't know. But they'd be in the top 4 for sure.
They would be in front of Michigan State. Michigan State was unranked. Oregon has a loss.
They'd be in
Alabama has a loss.
They'd probably be in front of Alabama. Alabama would probably be 3rd. They'd probably be 2nd.
This is where I stick my stake in the ground this weekend. If we want to do just a one-off stake bet, I'll take Wake Forest over North Carolina. Because I know you like North Carolina to win this game.
Carolina's favored by 2.
I said yesterday that although the number in Vegas tells me that North Carolina is going to win this game, I've got a feeling that Wake continues to win.
Okay. Well, I agree with you there. I think Wake Forest wins.
I think Wake's just a much better team.
North Carolina's favored 2.5 right now. You wouldn't flip over to the other side, and take the favorite?
Typically, the way I play, I would play this, but I'm not playing 11 o'clock games anymore.
North Carolina, you've said that many times.
I did not know it was an 11 o'clock game.
Yeah, it is 11 o'clock.
I would not even tempted you with that.
Yeah. Not doing it.
You're like the serpent in the garden tempting Lance with an 11 o'clock game.
Ship Happens brings you part of the show. You heard Lance mention Ship just a few seconds ago.
Yes, in today's ever-changing market, your supply chain major factor in maintaining growing relationships with your customers. Safe, on time, and affordable shipments are crucial. With over 20 years combined experience in relationships, Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens, they've got the ability to get ship done from LTL, van, flatbed, heavy haul, and expedited. Ship Happens, ready to bring a solution to all of your transportation problems. Don't have an accident and ship yourself. Call the guys at Ship Happens, 205-605-8101.
All right, top of the hour coming up. We will get our conversation going with John Parker Wilson in just a second. We'll talk to him about Alabama football. Still to come, John Metchie and Stan White in the final hour of the show. And as always, we're brought to you by our friends at Bud Light from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio in the Blue Lake Center. LTD&B, we're the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Excalibur Services, a name you can trust when it comes to residential heating, AC, and electrical services. Excalibur is growing and looking for exceptional HVAC techs, plumbers, and electricians. 205-718-8688. Alabama license number 15214.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Dale's Seasoning started right here in Birmingham, Alabama, and now it's #1 in America. And now they've got a new product. It's the Gold Label from Dale's Seasoning, a new condiment-style product. You can dip it, dunk it, or pour it on your burgers, chicken fingers, steaks, and French fries. You guys wanted it, and Dale's delivered. It's available in stores throughout the Southeast. It's a fast, fun, and easy way to enjoy Dale's at your tailgate or cookout. Dale's Seasoning, the new Gold Label. You got to try it.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
In recognition of your service and support for our communities, Academy Sports and Outdoors is offering military and first responders 10% off their purchases both in-store and online from October 24th through November 14th. Exclusions apply. Visit academy.com/discount for details.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
I have not noticed John Parker's balls, the baseballs behind those right there until right now. This week, looks like two game balls back there, and one that's never been used before. We'll talk to John Parker Wilson momentarily here. This hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Chicken, Highway 119, right there in Alabaster. Win your tailgate with great fried chicken. Chicken on a stick is unbelievable. I had that the other day with the peppers and the onions on the stick there with the chicken. Just so juicy, so good. And I love the Mississippi Delta tamales, that recipe there. You get it at Champy's Chicken. Champy's Chicken. Check them out online, champyschicken.com, Brownie.
All right, Pepsi Hotline is where we find John Parker Wilson, the Alabama former quarterback, now analyst on the Crimson Tide Network, a special Thursday appearance. No, it's not Friday. Some of you just got fired up. JP is with us now. What's up, John Parker Wilson? How are you?
I wish it was Friday, but you know what? Thursday's not bad. We're getting close.
All right, is it, since Dunaway brought up the baseballs, is there a story behind the three that are there and the two that look like they've been through the dirt?
No, we're a baseball family, right? My brother Ross played, and Peyton's playing right now for the Royals. So I just, had some balls laid around. I didn't have anywhere to stick them, so that little cup is the best place. Little decorations, right? Adding to it. We got a book club. We got a baseball pickup game. Let's go.
You told us last week you were going to let us know, shoot us pictures of what you wore for Halloween. I met your neighbor yesterday. He actually showed me pictures of you and Tyler. It was spot on. Did you actually go to the university to get the gear?
No. So we were with dinner with some friends, and we said, hey, we get this costume party, and if we don't dress up, we're gonna be the only ones not dressed up, and we don't have we don't have anything to wear yet. And our friends like, we've had these legit $1 million marching band costumes for like 20 years. So they pulled them out of storage and they fit perfect. It was pretty awesome though. And it was a legit costume. I mean, these things, I don't know if they've changed. Like I said, these things are 20 years old, but I've got so much more respect now because just going to the bathroom alone with these jackets that had a cape, it had like overall suspenders. I mean, it was like 20 minutes just to get this thing on and off. So it was pretty sweet. I'll send y'all a picture. You can put it out. It was fun.
I saw you. It was really good. So what do you think is hotter in September? You actually in pads or $1 million band members in full uni?
I'm telling you, these things were thick. I mean, as polyester as it gets. Hopefully, they're wearing like dry fit uniforms now, because I could imagine being out there in this thing. Your neck's covered. It's all the way down your feet. You're lugging around this equipment. So it was a little chilly, which was perfect, but poor guys out there sweating like crazy. So hopefully there's been a lot of innovations in the marching band uniform since whenever they bought these, but it was this thing is, it's like wearing a damn blanket all day long.
Hey, John Parker Wilson is with us. A reminder, for more than a century, Alabama Power and its employees have served our state. That's not all. The company works closely with local communities on economic development projects, attracting new industries and quality jobs to Alabama. Learn more at alabamapower.com/betteralabama. Alabama Power, power for a better Alabama. This LSU team isn't what we've seen before. We have talked a lot about that this week. If you're a player, because John Metchie was with us going into the bye week, had no idea that Ricks and Stingley aren't even playing right now. No idea. As a player, how aware are you when you watch tape, this team is not at full speed?
Yeah, I think I saw that interview. I thought it was pretty, telling and honest opinion of when you're that far out. That was last week, so they hadn't even really started getting ready for LSU. You don't know. You don't pay attention to anything unless it's the team you're playing. So they would have got in probably later in the week and started game planning. The first thing you do over game plan is you're looking at the depth chart. So you're looking at the players, first, second, third string guys. You notice some guys that you've seen in the past, that you've played against in the past, or some, big recruiting freshmen. But, it's you could tell how locked in he is. But this is a completely different LSU team. They're 4-4 right now. I think they've had 2 Power 5 wins. So it's a different team. Now, I think I read 9 of the 22 opening day starters are out or injured or not playing. So it's a different feel. It's a different look team. But to me, the thing is, you started, reading some tweets and reading some interviews from the players. It was pretty fascinating how a couple years ago, when they were in Bryant-Denny Stadium and there was some, talk in the locker room after the game from the LSU, how much these players really remember that and how it stuck with them. And it's kind of like, hey, we've got to prove it every year to these guys. So I think that's pretty encouraging going into this week, that doesn't matter what the record is. This is still now a big rival for us, and it means a lot. Not only for these guys, but for the program, especially with recruiting. So it's a big game, not only the players, but just talking to fans and friends. This game was circled at the beginning of the season of, hey, this is a must-attend game we've got to go to. And even though they're 4-4, I still feel like people are fired up to get down to Tuscaloosa just because this is historically a huge game.
Yeah, but it's such a different feel than 2019, JP. And as a player, don't you enjoy playing in those games a lot more, those ranked versus ranked games, than playing in a game where you're a 29-point favorite?
Yeah, I mean, the players probably don't know the point spread. I mean, they've got no idea. They know they're favored. They know they should win the game. But this is kind of you obviously love to play in big games. But I think in the SEC, though, especially with a team like LSU, you look at Tennessee, you look at Auburn, if you're an Alabama fan, those games are still massive. And I think especially the loss against A&M, how big of favorites were we against A&M? I mean, it had to be 3 touchdowns, right?
Yeah,
17,
it
21
went off
points.
18 and a half.
So massive favorites for that game. And I think that is still fresh in the players, the fans' mind of, hey, we can be massive favorites, but they still got scholarship players too. They've got some good recruiting. Granted, a lot of people are out, and I will give you that. But you know what? A&M had a ton of people out. They were playing true freshmen in the offensive line and had injuries all over the place. So you got to get ready for it. And that's not just saying it because it means a lot. I mean, it means a lot to these guys, especially – knowing that Coach Saban came from LSU, even though he's been here for 14 years now, that he came there, there's still a history. There's a lot of connections with these 2 schools. I mean, we got a ton of guys from Louisiana on the roster. So it's just, you love playing the big games, but you love beating your rivals even more.
John Parker Wilson on the Pepsi hotline. By the way, I was going to your wife's Instagram there to see if you don't have an Instagram, do you, John Parker?
I do, but I'm not very active on it. She gets on to me all the time, but she's got a good one. She definitely posted it.
Yeah, no, she has me blocked, but I was going to go there, but
Tyler.
I'm sure you're not blocked. She's probably just private, right?
Yeah, she's private. But I was like an idiot. I wrote Tyler Parker Wilson in there.
Tyler Parker Wilson, yeah.
Yeah, that's not her name, I assume. I was trying to get those pictures. I wanted Forrester to put them up for us real quick.
As soon as we hang up, I'll shoot them to you.
Oh, okay. Now LSU has beaten Florida twice, and the last 2 times Alabama's played Florida, it's been 2 really tight wins. So there's some motivation there. LSU did it running the football. Where do you think Alabama is run defense right now, and can LSU have any success running the football against Alabama?
I think so. I mean, I think that's what they're going to try to do, right? I think our defensive backs are playing really well. The A&M games, the most successful teams though have been able to run the ball, but also have the ability to throw. I think if you're one-dimensional against this defense, it's really tough. Just because we do have such athletic linebackers that you've got to stress them more than just challenging the run. I think the good game plan would be to try to establish the run early and then hit some passes over the top. I think that's, what we saw A&M do with Spiller and with their receivers down the field and Nia Smith. They had some big playmakers. Those guys made a lot of plays, and that's what it takes. I mean, I remember going back and watching Calzada. The guy was on fire, and we've always said it though. If you're going to beat Alabama, and you could see all the losses that we've had since Coach Saban's been there, it's taken a pretty heroic effort from the quarterback, whether it was, Deshaun Watson or Cam Newton or Chad Kelly. I mean, go down the list. The quarterback's got to play good because you can't just rely on the running backs. I think our defensive line is getting better. I think the past couple of games we've got some more depth. We've seen LeBron Ray out there early in the game that we haven't really seen him much at all this season. So he's kind of getting those reps back up because that's what you got to have. I mean, you can have a couple studs at the defensive line, but unless you've got depth, it's not sustainable.
But Drew Sanders coming back helps that a lot, right? If indeed he's able to play, and all signs point to yes.
Absolutely. Huge. I think we saw how big of a loss Chris Allen and Drew Sanders was once Drew went out and we were playing some inexperienced guys. Always the biggest thing that Coach Saban talks about new guys coming in is not their athletic ability, but their inexperience and how you react on games and how you react to new plays that you haven't seen on tape or that you haven't practiced against just the emotions of being out there. And Drew's he's not a veteran yet, but he's an experienced guy. And I think, we try to find ways to help those guys out that were coming and playing. So now you kind of get back to your base defense. I think it'll free up Will Anderson a little bit, having some pressure on the other side, because we saw Drew rush the passer really well when he was in there. So I think that kind of brings back some depth on the defense. Also, you don't have to stress your nickel backs and your safeties as much. So we should be in the pass game. I mean, it was a big loss, and depth is key. We've got 3 other really good guys with Toto and Christian Harris. So adding Drew Sanders back, I think, is huge. I think it really improves the defense because, we've seen when Will Anderson can be really good, and I think having Drew back improves Will Anderson. That, Will's that kind of guy that you'll see stand up. You'll see him play defensive end. He'll play linebacker. I mean, even against Mississippi State, he was playing in it like a defensive tackle position. So you can now free up Will Anderson to do what he does, and that's get back to the passer and have tackles for loss.
All right, he is John Parker Wilson, 6 o'clock kick, Bryant-Denny Stadium, Alabama, LSU, Crimson Tide Sports Network with JP and all the gang on the air at 3 o'clock from Tuscaloosa. Enjoy the game. It is always fun. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, guys. Roll Tide.
All right, buddy. See you next week. John Parker Wilson, normally with us on Friday, special Thursday edition with him. So don't get too fired up. You still got to work tomorrow. He was with us on the Pepsi Hotline.
Still to come, John Metchie at the top of the hour, Stan White, a little over an hour from now to wrap up this edition of the Next Round. Part of our show is being brought to you by the great folks at Hemphill. If you've got a mess in your hands, first place you call is Hemphill.
Yeah, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's when you need to pick up the phone and call Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, and Andrew. The team at Hemphill, they will fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. It's Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Brian Robinson, who has been there a while, he's a veteran on the team. He remembers the video that Brown shot in the middle of the field in 2019 of Ed Orgeron on the logo. He remembers the video that leaked out where Ed Orgeron promised to beat Alabama's ass in recruiting, and every time they see us, we're going to beat their ass. And Roll Tide Wad and FU and all of that. Brian Robinson remembers every word of it. And even though Ed Orgeron said this week he didn't mean to disrespect anybody, and he didn't mean for that to leak out, Brian Robinson doesn't care. Here's B-Rob on a little motivation going into playing rival LSU.
They kind of talked a lot on the field and off of it after the win. Just is that something that for the older guys that were there and have been around, is that something you still talk about and maybe motivates you going into this year?
Oh yeah, for sure. That's something that we keep lingering. We make sure people know, just the disrespect that was with that, just how it made us feel, and everything we got to do to make sure that that don't happen again.
Mike Rodak writes a story today at AL.com where everything Ed Orgeron promised after that game in 2019 has fallen short.
You think?
Yeah, I mean, not he promised to win in recruiting. Nick Saban continues to win battles in Louisiana in recruiting since that game.
And he said this is their house from now on. This will be the next one he's able to back up. He's not been able to back that one up yet because they haven't played again in Tuscaloosa. So Saturday night will be big for him there.
But I will warn that we set the table the same way, 18.5-point favorite. Remember, we talked about Jimbo Fisher had written checks that people didn't think he could cash this year, and he cashed some checks in that upset of Alabama. So
a little different.
Alabama's got to finish the deal this time. They weren't able to do it against Jimbo.
Look, I mean, we know Auburn is a dangerous game. Arkansas potentially, I'm really interested to see. Arkansas is kind of that forgotten team in the SEC. Really interested to see how they respond this week in Fayetteville against Mississippi State. Mississippi State's won 4 consecutive games in Fayetteville against
really
Augs.
Losable game for them.
But if Arkansas plays well, then Arkansas becomes at least a trickier game. I just don't see a path to victory for LSU.
I really don't. It's as much about the roster, and it's not just the limits on the roster. It's the guys you don't have. I mean, I just mentioned it to JP. That secondary is absolutely depleted. I mean, that secondary has been ravaged by injury and guys just being off the field. And this is the Heisman leader at quarterback we're talking about here. I mean, I just don't see how Alabama doesn't. I think Alabama will have to limit themselves to not throw for 400 yards in this game.
Wow.
And they may not be able to govern it that much. I just don't see how they don't do it.
Groon D says visitation is Friday night for Ed Orgeron. If you want to see the viewing at 6 o'clock, the burial shortly after.
That's awful.
For Ed Orgeron in Tuscaloosa.
Do you sometimes wonder what Orgeron will be doing a year from today?
Counting money.
Oh, man, I can't imagine.
He's counting money, man.
I bet he sleeps in.
Oh, there's no doubt.
But if he gets literally fat and happy, I mean, because he is 60 now, right? 60 plus, with that muscular body, whether it's, how much he works out to get that, a lot, I would assume. I mean, if you get lazy with a body like that at that age, that turns to fat pretty quick.
It's one of those old beach bods.
It is,
like that you would see like in the old Jersey, outside of Atlantic City, like in the 30s or 40s. Right? I don't know if you could pull one of those guys.
I think I would if I were him.
Oh, no doubt. Ed Orgeron's a guy who would have kicked sand on my towel if I had a good-looking girl on the beach back in the day.
But you know what I'm saying? It was before. Like if you're watching, I've brought this up before. If you ever watched the movie Jaws, like nobody's got any definition on the beach in Jaws, and that's Ed Orgeron. It was one of those old bodybuilders. Mm-hmm. It was just but that's what he looks like. He's a throwback.
I go to 30A, buy a super nice house, and I disappear from the eye of the public if I'm him. Like I would, 5 years from now, you know what people would be saying about me if I were Ed Orgeron? Hey, whatever happened to Ed Orgeron? You never see that guy anymore. That's exactly what I'd do if I were him. I'd never coach again. Like the very last time, Rockstar, what are you doing?
Go with picture 2. We'll just say 20 years from now.
That's going by age. What I meant was like the 1920 bodybuilder.
Yeah, but that's the pecs he's got. He's got those pecs that are just kind of weird and they flatten off at the bottom. I've seen him running without a shirt on. That's his pecs.
Guy's got a way better body than my ass.
Oh no, that is no doubt. Too. That's better than I'll look at 90 or whatever.
He's got more brown spots than me too.
Yeah. God, I was about to say something. I can't remember what I was going to say now. I would just totally disappear.
It's like Ron Perlman, the guy that played Beauty and the Beast.
I was just saying that, was Hellboy. It's just like Ron Perlman.
Oh, I remember what I was going to say. The last alarm I ever said. What are you laughing at?
That's the second or third time today. I'm the one that's supposed to forget what I'm saying. I'm the old guy.
Lance, just let me talk. So the last alarm I ever set on my phone was June 16th of 2021. And I fully intend that that'll be one of the last alarms I ever set on my phone. And if I'm at Orgeron, that would be my goal in life, is to never have to set an alarm on my phone again. Ever. Like, never again will I set an alarm on my phone. You know why? Doesn't matter when I wake up. Just as long as I wake up.
Yeah, the only time I never have is when we went on the hiatus.
Yeah. So you still set an alarm?
No, I didn't.
No, but you still do now?
Oh, yeah.
Really? Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. The last alarm I set was June 16th, 2021. And God willing, I'll never set another one.
Yeah, I still do.
Yeah.
5:45 every morning.
I just don't need an alarm. I just wake up. But if I'm at Orgeron, the only alert I get is on my phone, the top of every month. A reminder just to go check that bank account. Make sure the direct deposit arrives.
At Orgeron, LSU coming to town this week, Alabama, Saturday night. Down in Tuscaloosa, if you want to watch me pregame, postgame on CBS 42. Brown wraps it up on The Zone, ABC 3340 with Jeff Spiegel every Sunday night there. And don't forget LT with our Lance's Lock podcast. We'll get that for you on Friday. And then Saturday mornings, you can catch Brown and LT live on our social media platforms.
It was just us four hanging out one day.
Yeah, look at that photo.
Picture of us.
That's it.
It's early days of our show together.
Pull your pants up.
Yeah.
Boy, that second guy, the Prince of Pleats right there, man. Look at those.
I am.
Those go top to bottom.
I guess in that crew, what am I, the third one?
You wish. Let's see.
I guess you're the guy holding on to the pole. What is that?
What is the guy, the first guy, what is he showing? Does he have something in hand?
Oh,
he's
got a dumbbell.
It's a dumbbell.
Yeah.
He's got a little dumbbell.
That always taking the
Because
picture.
you always have a dumbbell on a sidewalk, right?
Always.
Or is that by the pool?
That's by the pool, man.
Yeah.
So there's
in
4
slacks.
of them, Brown. So I'm not even in the picture. Who's the other one? That's Forrester. He's worked his way into our picture 20 years ago when we didn't even know Forrester.
Jim, take the picture.
Yeah. And some other random guy. All right. That is this part of the show. Trash is coming up. Seemed like it was a segment. Seemed like that was trash for a second.
That was quite the look.
Yeah, we got trash coming up right here on the next round. Stay with us.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
I'm Jim Dunaway, and one thing I've learned about ERA King Real Estate is they believe every client deserves to be represented by an expert. That's why they invest so much in technology and training for their agents. You can be sure that your local agent has experience in your market, up-to-the-minute real estate resources, and top-notch negotiating skills. Text MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King. They work hard to make home buying easy.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com.
Cowan Equipment has had the honor of providing heavy equipment solutions to Alabama contractors for more than 80 years now. With one of the largest and most diverse heavy equipment rental fleets in the Southeast, stocked by Volvo Construction Equipment, Takuchi Mini Excavators, track loaders and skid steers, Groove and Cabelco cranes, Doosan portable compressors and light towers, Indico breakers, and much more. Cowan is your one-stop shop for all your heavy equipment needs. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts in stock and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Call Cowan at 800-239-2694 or visit cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades, 800-239-2694, or visit them online at cowan.com.
Suffering from an old sports injury or tweak a joint being a weekend warrior? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics may be able to reduce or eliminate your knee, hip, or shoulder pain, increase your mobility, and get you back in the game. From pediatrics to geriatrics, appointments are available at 9 convenient locations affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Hurry up. Trash is about to happen. Here's Ryan Brown walking in. This is what I love about Ryan.
What?
He is servant's heart.
Right.
Not going to give me mine first?
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
It's the old Diet Dr. Pepper here today. Thank you.
You sounded disappointed.
No, not at all. I was trying to think of what I would say if this was a bottle of wine you were handing to me. 2021, what a great year.
You probably turn your nose up at
I
it.
only drink Camus.
Yep, that's Diet Dr. Pepper Select. Good news.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's my favorite. Before we get to trash, I want to tell you about our friends at Backyard Adventure. You know, we always talk about just quality time with your kids, right? You want to have that. Imagine just having the best playground in your neighborhood, right out your back door, to where you could jump out there with your son or daughter and the dog and anybody else you want to go back out there and play on the playground with, right in your backyard. That's what a backyard adventure is. Quality 100% cedar wood, thick wood. I mean, the kind of wood that even Jim Dunaway can climb up on the top of the tree house and play with his kids and slide down the slides and do the swings and all of that. Not that cheap big box store stuff. This is quality real wood, and they'll come and set it up for you. You know me, I'm horrible with a screwdriver or a hammer, horrible with a Bloody Mary, all that stuff too, but horrible with a screwdriver and a hammer. They come and set it all up for you. They'll move it around in the backyard. They do landscaping, so it makes your backyard look fantastic, and the kids absolutely love it. You can check them out online, backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com. Great for the holidays, but start planning ahead for 2022 and go look at backyardalabama.com. All right, trash time, your headlines. Alabama's Drew Sanders looks like he's going to be able to play this weekend if they choose to have him play. The College Football Playoff Commissioners meeting in Dallas today discussing expansion of the playoffs. TCU's coaching search continues. Sonny Dykes, Deion Sanders, Jay Norvell, Tony Elliott are names being mentioned. Kellen Moore, his agent, asking to be interviewed for that job as well. And Minnesota has given a contract extension to P.J. Fleck, their head coach, through 2028. He'll make $5 million a year now. The other stuff going on with LT. Rockstar?
Retired Army Lieutenant General Lieutenant. Oh, I'm scared. Well, Joe, are we having heard me joining us?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, and home means so much more this time of year, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to make sure you're home for the holidays. Getting a mortgage is a necessity in the home buying process for many, but it doesn't have to be a hassle. Mortgage Right gives you tools, information, and expert help to make home buying happen. Don't let the fear of buying a home for the first time keep you from making one of the best investments of your life. Get started online, mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. I have never thought of Dunaway when I've gone to the mailbox until yesterday.
Oh, no. Why?
When you went to the
I
mailbox?
love going to the mailbox and getting nothing but just trash that I throw directly into my recyclable.
That's 90% of my mail.
So what happened yesterday?
I just don't like getting bills.
A beautiful woman was walking by, and there were some open-toe shoes.
Your bougie market sent me coupons. So Sprouts wants you to discover the goodness of the holidays, and so this went to all Shelby County residents. So I'm sure most bougie places send Shelby County residents a book of coupons. So I just wanted to give you that.
What can I get, Jim?
I don't know. It's one of those that's hard to open, Brown.
Yeah, they do not want you using those coupons, do they?
I did think it was ironic the week we talked about
that.
Sprouts,
Is very odd.
It's
like how your iPhone listens to you. What are they selling, man?
Can't be a turkey in there. I think we got a turkey shortage.
Look at that charcuterie board.
Charcuterie.
What's it called?
What's it called?
Wow.
It's very bougie.
What is it, Jim?
The charcuterie board.
Hey, so we do have a turkey shortage, don't we?
That's
is that the issue? The prices are way high.
That's why they want you to buy early, Brown.
Yeah.
Wow, those things go bad on you.
We start first. A Tennessee gang enforcer and hitman who shot and killed a witness was convicted Wednesday of several offenses, including racketeering. According to the Justice Department, Brandon Darrell Hardison, who also went by Creeper the Reaper.
Creeper the Reaper?
Wait a minute, you're telling me a guy that went by the nickname Creeper the Reaper killed somebody?
Yeah, look, he actually was found guilty by a federal jury in the RICO conspiracy murder and aid of racketeering causing death. This guy's killed 1 million people, but look at him. He was one of their heavies.
Got some bolts in his cheek.
He does.
Under his right eye.
Creeper the Reaper. Those tattoos are just it's a conglomeration of nothingness.
So he's killed a lot of people?
Yeah. Quite a few. One dude he killed, he was working for the Blackout Squad, a group of hitmen. Killed some dude. The guy's girlfriend happened to be present, so went on and took her out too.
Wow.
Jeez.
Guy's bad news.
I'd say so. At least he's going behind bars.
Patty the Office chick sent us that submission. By
Creeper the Reaper?
Yeah.
Sure.
He loved the name. This one. Man who reported his car was stolen with a 7-year-old boy inside is in custody. Do you guys want to guess why?
He paid somebody to steal the car as a ransom. I fell apart there.
No,
I had it going for a minute, though.
He's under arrest because he was drinking. The 7-year-old was driving him.
Oh.
James Rios, 32, allegedly reported there was a kid inside of his red Ford Mustang. but there actually wasn't. He just wanted to expedite the police response.
Oh, so he didn't think they'd get out there quick
Not
enough.
only that, he reported that there was a boy with special needs left in the Mustang. So the cops would get on the case.
So his Mustang was stolen. He didn't think the cops would get there quick enough, so he just told them there was a special needs kid inside?
Yeah, Mustang.
Oh, man.
They found a 17-year-old car thief and the Mustang 4 hours later.
Where's the kid?
Reyes has been charged with filing a false police report. I think he should get a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
Did he get the car back?
He
Yeah,
got
he
his
did.
car
They
back.
found it
Good,
quick.
good.
So it actually worked what he wanted it to do.
Yeah.
You guys are going to love this headline. I would hope they get there quicker than 4 hours. I know it's difficult to find a car, but
Yeah, I mean, when you're stacking what's going on in the world up to a stolen car,
if there's a kid with special needs in the stolen car is what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that would happen quick.
Yeah. Of course, you also probably do an Amber Alert that's not necessary.
JW175, he probably said he was just kidding, KID. Ing.
Okay, charges are dropped. But watch it, mister.
That's a great headline.
This is a great headline. You ready?
Yeah.
Man eaten by piranhas after jumping into lake to escape bees.
He escaped the bees.
Worst luck ever.
I thought he was on drugs and everything.
Now, reportedly, he's died in Brazil after jumping into the lake to escape bees, only to drown, and then he was eaten by piranhas.
But see, didn't somebody tell us that the piranha is just portrayed that way in movies, that they're not really that way?
No, but if you have a floating carcass, this is what happened. The guy couldn't swim. He was so freaked out by the bees, he jumped in anyway. He drowned. Then the floating carcass was later eaten by the piranhas.
Yeah.
Like if you were attacked by bees, you can't swim. You wouldn't jump in, would you?
I don't swim well.
So it would be a good enough roll of the dice to try it.
I don't know. I mean, how bad's the bees hurting me at this point?
Bad enough you're wanting to jump in water and you can't swim, so it's probably pretty bad.
I'm not allergic to bees, but we have someone who works behind the glass that got eaten up by bees the other day when he was taking a picture.
He did the same thing. He jumped
did.
in water.
I just thought it was high. He ate my beige.
Now, the 30-year-old was fishing with friends when he jumped into a lake. His body was found 4 meters from shore. It is not yet known if the attack came before or after the man's death. Man's friends also jumped into the water but swam to safety, so they're saying the attack of the piranhas, I would say that was after he was dead.
Yeah. My luck would be they found me floating 4 meters from the shore in knee-deep water. If I'd just calmed down and stood up, I'd have been fine.
I'm going to assume you watched Sex and the City.
Ironically, I watched an episode last night.
Really?
Yep.
I've seen 1 or 2 episodes.
Never saw an
I
episode.
was just bouncing around last night.
Not a fan.
Charlotte was having dating problems last night, and I wanted to see the episode.
Well, if you take Maggie to New York, you might like this. A stunning recreation of the brownstone New York apartment that the show's Carrie Bradshaw character lived in is now being put up for rent on Airbnb. Now, what's more, Sarah Jessica Parker, who played her, not only had a hand in designing it, but will welcome guests when they actually arrive at the apartment. Parker says of the new Airbnb, quote, the Carrie Bradshaw character is near and dear to my heart, and revisiting her world is a continuation of the Sex and the City story that has been such a joy. Now, Carrie's brownstone apartment was central to the series, and its decor has now been painstakingly recreated by Parker, Airbnb, and a small New York-based production team. Now, the character's famous walk-in wardrobe, her writing desk, her bedroom appear almost exactly as they did in the series. After enjoying a virtual greeting from the actors upon check-in, Airbnb says guests can sip on cosmopolitans, and a styling session and photo shoot will also be included in the experience.
I was just trying to think of is there a TV show, a set that you would pay for to go and Airbnb, like Seinfeld set? You have Jerry's apartment. That's
I don't know
your
about the
Airbnb.
Airbnb, but I'll tell you this: we're talking about going to Chicago. Neither one of my kids have ever been.
The Office Museum.
The Office Museum, and that's one of the reasons I want to go now.
You did the Friends one, you said.
I did not. A friend of mine did.
A friend of yours did. I think that would be fun to go have coffee in that coffee house.
Yeah, in Central Perk. I remember being a kid, though, when you saw the article about the real Brady Bunch house. When I was a kid, I'll never forget this. And then they had the photos inside, and it looked nothing like the actual set.
You just reminded me, you drove me all over San Francisco to take a picture of that house.
Oh, it was Full House. Yeah, because my daughter was a Full House fan. The actual house that is on the opening credits of Full House.
Some of that stuff is so out. So we had a mutual friend that had a bachelor party, and I went to the bachelor party, but he had the Hangover Suite.
Yeah.
And it was in Caesar's Palace. But it's just one shot of the Hangover Suite. It's not what you get. So they sell it as the Hangover Suite because one shot was taken from that. And so they charge an arm and a leg for that suite.
See,
but it's not
I
the
mean,
actual
Brown
suite.
had to work hard. He was getting a picture for his kids.
That's
And
right.
had to work hard to get that picture for his kids. I was so into it. What did I do, Brown? Stayed in the car.
Yeah.
Did not even want to get out and go see it.
I didn't expect you to enjoy it, and I honestly, you have to Google where to find it, and you got there, and they've got a sign up, obviously, please respect our privacy. We don't mind you making photos. So I made a photo from across the street. But the real more iconic shot is the park where they have in the opening credits the full house. And that's pretty close to the actual house that they show.
Well, the actual house, the exterior for Breaking Bad, people go by there and they throw pizzas on the top.
The lady said,
They had to
please
put
stop.
didn't they have to put up a fence or something?
Yeah, they said, please, you can take pictures, but please, people would come and throw pizzas on the roof.
Yeah.
Walter.
Well, you wonder how much you regret, because, they probably didn't make a ton for allowing them to use that house as the establishing shot.
Probably nothing.
But
they had to give them, they had to get something out of it.
But it ups the value when you sell it.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Maybe. I guess.
Maybe.
I saw a story. I've seen it. There's like a YouTube video of people that do the actual ride that's on the opening scene of The Sopranos, the opening credits of The Sopranos, to the actual house. And apparently there's a lot of traffic there, too, to the Sopranos house.
Tony's flying, man. He never stops.
Well, you would hate it, though, if you're a neighbor and you got nothing out of it and you still have to put up all
Always
the
comes
traffic.
down that driveway with that rope getting the paper every morning.
We got a lot of
How
Tony
you
and
doing?
Camilla's earlier in Best Couples all time.
Yeah.
He didn't seem like a great husband.
After crappy construction on the bathrooms of SpaceX's was revealed to be leaking urine under the floor of the 13-foot Dragon capsule, the bathrooms of the pressurized unit have been shuttered. This is for astronauts, by the
So
way.
you
just
can't go to
bear
the
with me.
bathroom on this thing anymore?
This leaves any astronauts aboard the vessel without any way to relieve themselves during the journey between Earth and the International Space Station.
Well, you got to have a good bladder.
It
That's a long
takes
trip.
at least 6 hours to complete and sometimes up to 19 hours. Now, astronauts due to travel to the Dragon have been told to, quote, rely on undergarments while the bathroom unit remains closed.
Yeah. The old depends. I would tell you, though, LT, if at 6 hours, if they're saying, listen, we can't go back right now. It may be another 11 hours. At that point, I'm going to be so scared I don't care where I'm going, number one or number two.
Now, I love to sit in the back seat and have cocktails on the way when somebody's driving to the beach. But if I was going on this journey between Earth and the International Space Station, I guess I wouldn't be drinking.
You can't pull over and find a tree in that situation.
Does anybody, when you're doing that situation, LT, do you try to hold that first trip to the bathroom as long as possible? Because once you go, the old breaking the seal.
You might remember this, Brown won't. But there was a place, and they had penny beer, and it was on the old South Side. I forgot what it was. Club South, I think.
Oh, the old Club
And it
South.
was, you would drink until, not drink till you blink, but the first person to break the seal,
to go to the
then
bathroom,
they would cut off the penny beer. And so then everybody would boo. So everybody would.
That's funny.
You get in there and everybody would drink, and it was draft beer.
And as
then
soon
the
as
first
somebody
person
went,
that had to go, everybody booed them.
That'd be me. I got the weakest bladder on the show. I would probably be the one everybody booed.
Yeah. I mean, I'm fine until somebody says we can't stop. We don't have time to stop for the bathroom, or we can't. There's no place to stop. That's when I've got to pee.
I got dinner facts for you guys.
All
This
right.
first one is so weird, and how somebody discovered this is even stranger. You can eat garlic through your foot. Now, here's the way it works. If you rub it on the sole of your foot, you'll taste it in your mouth 30 minutes later.
Oh.
That is awful.
I do not like garlic, by the way.
Just the whole combination of that.
Oh, my God.
I like garlic, but it's
How
just
bad do your feet stink? at that
risk
point?
versus reward of the garlic.
I don't like going in like Italian restaurants where they cook in heavy garlic. Just that smell. It smells like an electrical fire.
Does Tony Soprano look like he would have smelled like garlic?
Absolutely, yeah. Smells like an electrical fire.
Here's another one. Your nose can remember 50,000 different smells.
That's crazy.
And women are actually better smellers than men.
I can believe that. Yeah.
That didn't surprise me.
My old radio partner back in the day, Tony Curry, said
Bone?
one night on the way home, he stopped at the gas station and put gas on himself to throw off the scent.
Wow.
That's professional.
Dedication.
It's pretty good because I think gas kind of outsmells everything.
Yeah,
right?
it really does.
Here's
roll around in it?
another dinner fag for you. You transfer more germs shaking hands than kissing.
That's why I think we should kiss to greet.
Jim, there you go.
Not against it.
Well, we're pretty much back to shaking hands now, right? Because it has become super awkward when you go up to somebody and you reach out to shake the hand and they do the fist bump and you never know which one to go.
I still get the fist bump, but we just had a guest up here a little bit ago and he shook everybody's hands.
Yeah. I'm a handshaker. I prefer to shake hands.
But if you're approaching me with a mask on, I'm going to assume you want a fist bump, right? If you've got a mask, I'm going to go fist bump.
You want a hug, right?
I go fist bump.
No,
at that
I'm going
point.
to keep my distance and wave.
If you've got a mask, I do the old fist bump. But if you're not masked, I'm going to old school.
Another dinner fact, 30% of people flush the toilet while sitting on it.
I'm not saying never. I do occasionally, but it's usually
courtesy. The older you get, the more dangerous that gets.
What's the other option? You just wait till the end?
Yeah.
I guess when you get up.
No. Why would you want to do that? That doesn't make any sense at all.
No, I thought you meant while you're actually sitting on it.
Yes.
And you continue afterwards.
I flush it before, and then I flush it after.
But during the act, you never flush it? You wait till it's all done?
I'm not, it's not like I'm a bear. I don't know how long you're on there.
Well, long enough to get the job done, but sometimes it comes in two waves.
Yeah, but I'm like Brown, the initial, especially if we're up here on level 2 here.
No, I don't play road games.
Then I try not to, but I've had to do it a lot lately. Boom, I'll hit it just to, the complimentary flush just for anybody who may walk in.
Some people do not mind.
No, they don't believe it.
No, they don't. And even where we were before, it was even worse. But do you not worry about
getting sucked down the hole? No.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think that's going to happen.
And again, that damn thing is industrial strength.
Well, it is.
That gets a hold of your junk.
Yeah.
Taking it with it.
Well, I'm old, LT, but they're not hanging that low yet.
You were the one that said that they were peeking out of the shorts the other day. Our final dinner fact for you.
Occasionally a few splash landings, but they're not getting sucked down the hole.
Speaking of bathroom, this is interesting. It says people lie better when they actually have to go to the bathroom.
Lie better?
Yeah, which is odd because you're uncomfortable when you have to go to the bathroom, and you would think that.
Give me an example. Like
you can tell a better lie if you need to go to the bathroom.
Because you're not as focused on elaborating on your lie. You're focused on your, I got to go to the bathroom, so it's quick. I can think quick on my feet.
No, I see that, yeah. I saw a dinner fact yesterday. I showed it to Rockstar. I saw it on Twitter.
What is it?
Nothing lasts longer than somebody showing me a video I don't want to see.
Yes.
Isn't that 100% true?
It's not funny. It's like, well, you don't like that. You like this one. Hold on, I got to find it.
That's why I showed a video on their phone, and it's like, oh my God, is this thing ever going to end?
Remember in our old corporate job, those videos, those online things the surveys we had to take, and those were the longest things
I
ever.
went to a thing with a roommate. This is months ago, but this woman kept bringing out TikTok, and she kept showing the videos, but she had been drinking so much she kept showing the video over and over again for like 2 hours. And I got away from the conversation, so she was stuck in it. But whew.
I wish people would stop doing that on Instagram. They start posting all these TikToks on Instagram. If I wanted to just go to TikTok, I'd go to TikTok. I've got that app. Don't post it on Instagram.
Right.
That's why I'm on Instagram.
Hey, home means something different to everyone, but our friends at Mortgage Right and Mortgage Right Home is always about you. Their top priority is helping you navigate the home buying landscape, and their team of experts, they are here to answer questions and provide solutions. Whether you're in the market for your first home or looking to refinance the one you're already in, Mortgage Right is here to guide you every single step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
We haven't used the dry erase boards yet.
Well, I've got it in my
I knew I was missing something today.
Yeah. So what are we going to do with it now?
You already had it written out yet?
No. I was going to use it for my match.
When we come back, write down the next coach you think gets announced being fired. We had Gary Patterson last week. Next coach getting fired in the next segment right here on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter @TheLanceTaylor.
Fall weather is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. Let Holly Mack Wilson put you in a new home for the holidays. A new place to have a family Thanksgiving dinner. A new place to put up the Christmas tree and hide the presents. A new place to ring in the new year with friends and family. Holly Mack Wilson, putting a new meaning to home for the holidays. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
The seasons have switched to fall, and it's time for you to change your game day wardrobe with our friends at the Pants Store. For the ladies, all the game day fashion, including bodysuits and those booties, plus a wide variety of clear purses that you need for every stadium. For the guys, all the game day accessories, Yeti coolers, Yeti cups, sunglasses, plus your game day wear from Cutter and Buck, Antigua, Taylor and Mick, and the perfect game day hat. It's all at the Pants Store, 5 locations: Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville, and always online at pantsstore.com.
Hey y'all, whether you're a scratch golfer or just out on the course for fun, at southernbclothing.com, we know that looking great is at least half the game. And we have the fine leisure attire you're going to want for all your favorite outdoor events. Visit southernbclothing.com and read our story to find out how a whirlwind romance accidentally led to the creation of Southern Bee Clothing. southernbclothing.com. That's southernbclothing.com. Don't forget the .com.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes. When it comes to something as important as the roof over your head, you want to make sure you're using a company you can trust. Ryan Brown here for the next round. That company is Cardinal Roofing. And don't just take my word for it. They've got more than 500 5-star reviews on Google. They don't just give those away. Cardinal Roofing is your storm damage experts. They provide a 3-year leak-free guarantee, and they finish most of their jobs in a single day. Cardinal Roofing, 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Cardinal Roofing, your storm damage experts.
The best food with the best sports is at Walk-On Sports Bistro, and they're now hiring for the Stadium Trace location near the Hoover Met. Walk-On's has top pay for experienced kitchen staff, servers, bartenders, bussers, hostesses, and to-go cashiers. And yes, health benefits are available. Go by the new Walk-On's location at Stadium Trace in Hoover and apply today. Hiring is happening on site 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. This is your chance to join the championship team at Walk-On's Sports Bistro in Hoover.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
We'll get to the Pepsi hotline, the phone call, after I tell you our friends at Champy's Chicken bring you this hour of the show. Champy's Chicken, world famous Champy's Chicken, your place for chicken on a stick. Also, those Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales. My buddy Bob and his wife Judy just actually went on a tamale trail they have over in the state of Mississippi. That's how popular that recipe is. You don't have to go all the way to Mississippi. Just go to Highway 119 in Alabaster and get those tamales from Champy's Chicken, champy'schicken.com. Great tenders, poor boys, and fried chicken plates as well. Sterling and the crew down there can hook you up. Champy's Chicken, win that tailgate this weekend for Blues, Brews, and Bird. It is my friends at Champy's Chicken. Who's next with us, Brown?
James in Georgia is up. Hey, what's up, James?
Hey, James, what's up, man?
Hey, guys, good afternoon. Hope that things are going well in the Steel City. Over here just east of you guys, we are partying hard after the Braves winning it all a couple nights ago, so excited about that. But hey, just want to make a couple... That's right. Keep chopping, bro. I want to make a couple quick comments about the Georgia quarterback. I wouldn't even call it a controversy. Lance, I thought you brought up a couple good points yesterday in saying that, yes, Stetson is absolutely better than he was last year. Like, no question about it. I think that if you polled every Georgia fan, they would say that they're fine with having him at least as a backup. But, guys, the talk about him being better than J.T. Daniels is ridiculous. And when I was listening yesterday, when Bear Jones was saying, first game against Clemson, J.T. didn't look great. Clemson's defense is still incredible, right? Say what you want about the offense. The defense is fantastic. In that game, if you were watching, JT was throwing to walk-ons and true freshmen, right? That was Brock Bowers' first game. Darnell Washington didn't play. But the big thing, if you go look at third downs, it's night and day, right? Who do you want in there at quarterback? When George Pickens eventually comes back this year, which I think that he will, there's no question who you want there throwing him the football. And another thing, the logic behind starting Stetson is people will say, well, he has the hot hand, right? The team is winning with him, which if you watch the Dogs week in and week out, I mean, JT would be making all of these throws and more that Stetson's doing. And so thankful for Stetson. There's no question he's a better athlete. He's more mobile than JT. And I'm glad that we have him because he's saved us a few times. But, gosh, if you watch the Dogs week in and week out, I mean, there is zero question about it that JT Daniels, if he's healthy, he is absolutely the starter. No reason to even talk about it. So
I agree 100% with you. And earlier in the show, if you missed it, Matt Hayes of Saturday Down South was on the show, and he's the one that believes Kirby Smart even knows that eventually JT Daniels will have to be there, and had hinted that maybe we see a lot more of JT this weekend against Missouri. I agree with everything he said there. And I think if Alabama had it to do over, Nick Saban had it to do over in, 2017?
Oh, he would have gone, if he had to do over again, he would have gone to Tua either in the Mississippi State game or right after it.
Yep. And, you learn as you go, and I think, you hope Kirby saw that and maybe learned from it. But if he didn't, maybe they'll take a loss before Kirby learns that. But I agree with him. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Redmont Distilling, Redmont Vodka, Vulcan Gin. Always a great way to drink responsibly and enjoy happy hour or some great tailgating this weekend.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity and taste, color and smells. Vodka Perfection, Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish that doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. As Dunaway mentioned, don't forget about that simple classic gin. Vulcan Gin, the fastest growing distillery in Alabama, is Redmont. Pick up a bottle today.
Okay, Jeff in Anniston is up next with us. Jeff, how you doing?
Hey, man, I'm doing great. Something real quick that uninteresting that I saw that did y'all know that Barbie has 4 or 5 sisters?
I did not know that. What are their names?
She can't hold a job either.
Yeah, that's true. She always finds a new one, though. That's good for her. What are their names? Do you know?
It's like Skippy and Chelsea and Kelly. And
interesting. I did not know that. Yeah.
I'd like to meet Chelsea. She sounds nice.
I think she's like 9 or 6.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And Frankie and Mike from the middle for TV couple.
Okay, Frankie Muniz?
No, Frankie. Patricia Heaton played character Frankie.
Yeah. Oh, he's like Patricia Heaton.
Brian Cranston was in that, right?
No, the guy that played in Scrubs, the call dude.
The show is called The Middle.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And Brownie, I'm like you. I don't watch regular TV hardly at all anymore. But if I turn something on and it's got anything COVID-related, movie or TV show, it's off automatically.
I just don't understand it. I
That's
don't understand.
not what I'm watching it for.
Yeah, exactly. I'm watching it to get away from that.
Exactly right.
But imagine in the middle of the pandemic, you're having to fill something to keep food on the table. It was the easiest way to keep filming is to have anybody in the protocol of wearing a mask.
I don't know.
But I digress. Go ahead.
I watched reruns over that. And I was one of the lucky few that had Florida State plus 9.5, and it cost me against my buddy. We do this little thing every week, and we were 7-7 in other games, and that was the deciding game.
Oh man!
Yeah. And I also had the Bengals in the Eliminator Challenge this weekend on ESPN that over the Jets. I mean, who would have thunk? Still not my worst beat. Still not my worst beats ever. I'll tell you all. I've told y'all that a long time ago. I'll tell it some other time. Do y'all think it's helped Bo more competition at quarterback or having a new quarterback coach to teach him?
I think it's a combination of both.
Yeah, I mean,
a combination of both. But Brent, I think it's a better playbook for him.
I think that's having a new coach, so that would help. But I think part of it too is seeing yourself benched, knowing that it is the prospect of less game time is out there.
And by the way, something y'all said yesterday, we had a monkey when I was a kid. Y'all were asking if it was legal.
That's interesting.
Yeah. We had to get rid of it because it was so mean. It'd bite everybody but my dad. It loved my dad, but it'd bite everybody else.
Huh.
He brought it back from Vietnam or sent it home, and then he came.
Wait, so what happened to the monkey?
We had to get rid of. He gave it to one of his buddies.
You think he just dropped it off at a dump somewhere?
Threw him out in the woods.
Yeah,
probably so.
Give him a $5 bill.
Probably there's a lot of monkeys. Jeff, I'm so sorry, man. We got to bounce. We're at the top of the hour
That's all right,
here.
bud. I'll talk to y'all soon.
All right, buddy. Take care.
Yeah, part of this hour brought to you by our friends at Champies. John Metchie coming up. My answer to the question was Justin Fuente, by the way, is my next guy.
You did a headline, too? I went
Scott
Frost from Nebraska with a horrible Nebraska end there.
I went Justin Fuente, too. Look, he won 10 games in year one. It's year 6.
Yeah.
It's going to be they're going to be under 500 this year, and it's going to be 1 year the last 4 years they've had a winning record.
Yeah, a tough game with Boston College coming up tomorrow night. We got one game tonight, Georgia State in Louisiana with Billy Napier's crew there, who's a name that some people wanted LSU or somewhere else. A lot more with John Metchie when we come back on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round and Academy Sports and Outdoors are teaming up to give away shopping sprees to families of those in the military who were killed or disabled in the line of duty. Folds of Honor is a charity organization that gives scholarships to the children of those heroic men and women. To donate, go to foldsofhonor.org. Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. AM First was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AM First app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AM First. Visit any AM First location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Ship happens. Give us a call to get ship started. Call Griffin and Jeff today, 205-605-8101. You can always go online. Go to getshipstarted.com.
Ship happens to get ship done. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself. Don't ever have an accident and ship yourself.
Go to getshipstarted.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Taco Mama was once a startup, and now 10 years later, Taco Mama has teamed up with us here at the Next Round to help other startups in Alabama take those first steps to success. That includes a free month of advertising donated by Taco Mama. The first startup we're excited to tell you about is Southern Bee Fine Leisure Attire, fun clothing for golfers and other outdoor events. Find out more at southernbeeclothing.com. Here's a snippet of their entry video.
love of looking great while playing mediocre golf led to the creation of Southern Bee.
You'll hear more about Southern Bee fine leisure attire all through November on the Next Round. And if you're a startup business and would like to apply for the Taco Mama Startup Gift, send a short video to this email address, staff@nextroundlive.com. That's STAFF, staff@nextroundlive.com. The Next Round joins Taco Mama in reminding you to shop local and support local startups.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
John Metchie in just a second. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. Time to get that gutter capped for a new year. Improves the value of your home and a lot more.
Yeah, you think about a day like this, after this, you're not going to want to get on that roof. It's slippery. You fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Cap it, don't snap it. Call Chris Stewart. They will come out. They'll clean the gutters one final time. Then they'll put that patented aluminum cover system. It will fit over most existing gutters. It will keep the debris out, eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. And right now, for the December installs, 45% off the retail price. Call C-Stu, 823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
John Metchie with us in just a second. Stan White coming up at 12:30. In between that, we'll do our spotlight today, the key matchups in some of the big games this weekend. I was reading someone who covers Wisconsin last night. Can't remember the name. But he made the analogy that Wisconsin the last 2 weeks has turned into what Iowa was when they were in the top 2 in the country. And his comparison was this. They're now running the ball 70% of the time, and they're getting turnovers the way Iowa was getting turnovers when they were one of the better teams in the country. I think it may be 10, if I remember correctly. 10 turnovers in the last 2 games is what Wisconsin has pulled up, and they're running the ball 70% of the time. And to me, that's what Wisconsin had gotten away from, was the ability to just run the ball 70% of the time and win football games. They've done that the last 2 weeks.
So to put this in perspective, and I brought this up on Monday, this Wisconsin team is playing like the Wisconsin team we thought we'd see at the beginning of the year, and I think ultimately they'll represent the West, and they'll play in the Big Ten championship game. The last time they lost was when the day that Alabama destroyed Ole Miss. So it's been that long. They've won 4 consecutive games. Only one of those games was even in doubt, and they were up double digits at halftime against Army. The other games have been blowouts against Illinois, Purdue, and last week against Iowa. Jim Leonard's defense has got it dialed in right now, and Graham Mertz isn't having to do anything.
Yeah, that's
They've got 2 capable running backs right now.
Yeah, able to run and play great defense. And Jim Leonard's one of those guys, when we talk about coaching jobs coming open, you wonder when he's going to get his look. Because I don't see Paul Chryst going anywhere anytime soon unless he gets fired, which is...
And in 9-3, it's hard to believe he would get fired.
I don't think he's going to get fired. My point is, though, he's not going to get another job. It's not like Paul Chryst is going to leave Wisconsin for another job. And I don't know how young Paul Chryst is, but he's young enough he could coach there a while.
Yeah, that'll be a fun game at the end of the year. That'll be such a jam-packed rivalry weekend. But when they go to Minnesota to take on the Golden Gophers, more than likely, I'd say about 90% that will be for who wins the West.
Paul Chryst is 55. A little older than I thought he was.
Well, 55?
Yeah, 55.
That's about where I thought he would be.
I thought he might be 49, 50. He's a little bit older than that. Jim Leonard's still fairly young, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
I remember him playing.
Yeah, Jim Leonard's just approaching maybe 40.
39, yeah.
Another college football thought as we get ready to talk to Metchie here in a second. In the Atlantic Division of the Atlantic Coast Conference, the ACC, a lot of people think Clemson sort of found something last week offensively, especially running the football. They're 4-2 in conference. Have they played Wake yet?
Clemson has not played Wake.
So that game is coming. That makes Wake holding serve and not getting that first loss before Clemson so huge because they have 0 in the loss column. NC State now has already beat Clemson. But I don't know how you feel about games this week. Wake in North Carolina, tough game. You sort of lean Wake.
I lean Wake. Look, Wake's a really good team at 8-0. They've got a really good quarterback in Sam Hartman. I think it's one of the best coached teams in all of football. I think Dave Clawson is that good of a head coach. He's at least become that guy. The problem is they've got one of the more, and this is hard to say in the ACC, they have a brutal November. They've got to go. Just
That
listen
is hard
to this.
to say, yes.
Well, when you're Wake Forest, you've got to go to Chapel Hill, where you're an underdog this weekend. Next week, they've got NC State, a top 20 team.
Right.
Then they've got to go to Clemson, and then they finish out against BC on the road.
Yeah, see, that's a tough stretch. Wake, 0 in the loss column. NC State, who has beaten Clemson, 1 in the loss column. And then there's Clemson with 2 losses in conference. If things fall right this weekend, Wake and North Carolina, NC State has a tricky game against improving Florida State. The path could open back up for Dabo and Clemson to be back in the ACC championship game. Interesting to watch this weekend in that wheel of destiny in the Atlantic Coast Conference.
All right, Alabama's John Metchie with us now on the Pepsi Hotline. He's presented each week by the Rental Works division of Crane Works, the source for all your equipment needs, big or small. Big equipment like skid steers and excavators, all the way down to the smaller equipment like pressure washers, brush mowers, or trailers. They got it all. Don't forget, they got equipment operators too. Visit craneworks.com for more info. Metchie with us now. John, welcome back. How was the bye week?
It was good. It was good. Appreciate you for having me, but it was a good, much needed.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming on. This has always been a really big rivalry, really emotional game. What makes this game so big, so emotional? At least that's the way it appears to us.
I think just the history of it. I think the history of it, the type of players they have over there and the type of players we have over here, just the competitiveness of it.
So what did you do in your bye week?
Practice.
Well, that's no fun. I mean, you had to have some downtime, right?
Yeah. I just relaxed. Just caught up on maybe some shows and stuff like that.
What'd you catch up on?
What have I been watching? I can't remember. I've been watching a lot of TV over the weekend, though. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm reading these stats about your offense, and it really is amazing when you look at the yards that you guys are putting out right now. You're averaging 323 passing, 171 on the ground. Do you feel like you guys have hit high gear, that you're going about as well as you can play offensively, or is there more left out there that you think this team can improve on the offensive side of the ball? And if yes, what is that?
There's definitely more. I definitely think there's a lot more we can improve on. And I think it's just being more efficient, not leaving as many plays out there in the game, executing on more plays and having just shooting ourselves in the foot, getting us in third and long situations and stuff like that.
We always talk about quarterback and receiver being on the same page, John. How much do receiver and receiver, like you and Jamison Williams, you didn't play a whole lot together until this year. How big a deal is it, or how much important is it for you to be on the same page, and do you feel like you're there?
It's good, yeah. We definitely feel like we're on the same page. J-Mo, like my brother, and we definitely hit it off, and our chemistry is definitely there, receiver to receiver.
You know, last week we asked you if you realized that Ricks and Stingley would play this coming weekend, and you said no. I want to ask you, and I want to see if you know the answer to either one of these questions. Do you have any idea what the point spread is in the Alabama-LSU game? And the other thing I wanted to ask you, the college football playoff rankings came out on Tuesday night. Do you know where Alabama is ranked?
The second question, yeah, I saw that. I saw that on TV. I think we're second.
Yep, you're second. Yep, very good.
The first question, I have no clue. I couldn't even tell you. I don't ever really look at those, or I have no clue.
Yeah, LSU is favored by 15. I'm kidding, obviously.
You guys, rat poison.
That's rat poison. Did Nick Saban use the unveiling, use the number 2 in any way as far as either motivation or, some sort of warning? Does he use anything like that with you guys?
Nah, it wasn't mentioned. We don't talk about it. We just kind of focus on what we have to focus on. It's not something that's announced or something that we talk about or anything.
I'm interested, in the rivalry games, and I know this isn't listed as an Auburn or a Tennessee for Alabama, but this is a rivalry game for me. And you and I talked about this last week and this almost seems like a player's rivalry, a little bit of a personality. When you talk to guys from Louisiana who are on this Alabama roster, your teammates, how important is this game to them, the Louisiana kids that are wearing Alabama crimson?
Extremely. Probably because they were probably closely recruited coming out. It's their home, where their family's from. I'm sure they had relationships with that program and stuff like that. So it definitely means a lot to all the players, but definitely the kids that are from Louisiana.
A lot of athletes have superstitions. One day last week was Black Cat Day, and I asked these guys what they're the most superstitious of. Do you have any superstitions as a football player before game, pre-game meal, anything you wear every game, anything like that?
Nah. I think the only thing is I got to make sure my socks are right. My socks, there are no wrinkles in my socks and my cleats, but aside from that, everything's all good.
How do you make sure there's no wrinkles in your socks?
You iron them?
Nah, I just gotta put it on until I get it right.
Yeah,
put
it on until it's tight.
Oh, you're talking about like down in your shoe, because I hate that. Like when you feel the sock.
Yeah.
I hate that feeling.
It's like having a little rock in your shoe. I can't do it.
Yeah, it is awful. Yeah, I agree.
Hey, when you hear the phrase possession receiver, what do you think of? Because listen, you're a big play guy, but what you have become, and I know you know this, but the way everyone's starting to describe you is that one-on-one you can't be covered. That you're route running right now and getting open for Bryce is probably as good as it's been since you've been in Tuscaloosa. It wouldn't be an insult to call you a possession receiver either, right? That's a compliment that if it's third down, I'm going to look to you to make sure I get the first down.
Yeah, I guess in that aspect, it's not a problem at all. Usually possession receivers are kind of, I guess when I think about it, possession receivers are kind of the guys that catch but don't really do anything with the ball. But I'm not sure that still exists, really.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Just like being a game manager at quarterback is somehow perceived to be an insult, but, that's really your job, is to make sure you're managing the game. It doesn't mean you can't make plays. I just think of you as if it's third down, the game's on the line, you're sort of the guy I look to right now, and I think that's a huge compliment. If I got to keep possession, I'm throwing it to John Metchie right now.
Definitely. And I think as a player and a receiver, especially J-Mo and I, that's kind of the mindset we have. We, whenever it needs to be done, we want to be the guys to do it and step up to it.
John Metchie is with us. The Alabama receiver joins us each week on the Pepsi Hotline, courtesy of the Rental Works division of Crane Works. Forget those big box stores. Crane Works Equipment Rental Division. Rental Works is reliable machines and local experts to help you find exactly what you need. Call them for a personalized quote or visit craneworks.com to see their full inventory. But when you play receiver for Nick Saban, the one thing that keeps you off the field is if you're not willing to block properly. Am I right about that? You got to be willing to block for that run.
Definitely. You got to be able to do all aspects of the game, and to us, it's equally as important as catching the ball and running routes. It's something we take seriously. It's something we have fun doing.
Is it competitive? It's one thing to be the guy that's got the most touchdowns. Do you guys compete like, well, yeah, but I'm the best run blocker?
Yeah. It's definitely something. We probably chat more about run blocking and knockdowns and stuff than we do about like touchdowns and stuff like that.
Okay. Saturday night, 6 o'clock, Bryant-Denny Stadium, Alabama, LSU. John Metchie and the Crimson Tide in action. Have a great game, John. We appreciate the time. We'll see you next week.
Thank you. Appreciate y'all for having me.
All right, thank you. John Metchie with us on the Pepsi Hotline, presented by the Rental Works division of Crane Works. Forget those big box stores. Crane Works Equipment Rental Division has reliable machines and local experts helping you find exactly what you need. Get a personalized quote or visit craneworks.com to see their full inventory. Crane Works and Rental Works bring you John Metchie and Bo Nix each week here on the next round, both of them on the Pepsi Hotline.
Clean up a little dead wood here in a second, but I did want to bring up, I've always, I understand what possession receiver, means, and he's right. The perception is that's the guy who can go to the sticks, make the catch, usually falling down, and isn't going to do anything afterwards. But to me, a possession receiver also should be the guy when we've got to get a first down, he's the guy I'm looking to. And maybe he's just going to get a yard more than the sticks. Maybe he takes it and takes it to the house. But right now, Jamison Williams is the big play guy. But when the game's on the line, Metchie's the guy I'm looking for right now. He's gotten into a groove lately of running routes and getting open. And was it Roman earlier today, or maybe it was somebody yesterday who was talking about right now one-on-one, if they're giving help over the top of Jamison, when Metchie's out there by himself, he's running such good routes, he's getting open.
Yeah, look, I think the old definition of the possession receiver, you thought white guy.
Slow white guy, the slowest white guy.
Shortest guy in Brady's arsenal.
Well, you thought a guy like Julian Edelman.
I'm going to put him in the slot. He's going to get a favorable matchup, maybe.
And but now who do you put in the slot? You put a playmaker in the slot.
Because he's getting a favorable matchup there.
Yeah. Like, Robert Woods and Cooper Kupp, if I'm going back to a Rams reference, those guys are both possession receivers that do a ton of stuff yards after catch. Their yak is huge, and you see that with Metchie right now. The possession receiver now is so different than the possession receiver was back in the day.
And that was sort of my point to him. And I know the perception. Just like the old quarterback manager thing, there are certain terms we use in sports that is meant to be a compliment that for some reason athletes take sometimes as an insult. I don't want to be a possession receiver. But it really is a compliment, man. We're going to throw it your way because we know you're going to get that first down. You're going to make the catch.
It means I trust your hands, at least.
Deadwood, Brown has said it every day this week except today. And by him not reminding me today, I said something inaccurate to start off this segment.
I didn't catch it. What'd you say?
Wake Forest and North Carolina, not a conference game
Not a conference game. I know they're both in the ACC. I'm well aware of that. But they didn't like how little they were getting scheduled in the ACC. So on their own, they scheduled at a conference game for the years they don't meet each other in the crossover game.
So forget everything I said about Wake losing this weekend and helping Clemson maybe get back into it.
Zero impact.
It still sets up regardless of what happens, NC State and Wake next week will be huge for that division. But it will not, Clemson's path to getting there is even longer now because a loss to North Carolina this weekend does not help them out. It still is an interesting weekend in the ACC, as interesting as that conference can be right now because the Atlantic Division is still up in the air. Florida State is playing better. They'll have a shot against NC State. And everyone's pointing to Clemson and Will Shipley, what he's able to do on the ground last week, that maybe Clemson has found something against that Florida State team. You don't think so yet?
Look, I do think Florida State has improved a little bit, but I watched the majority of that game, and especially the lateral there at the end because that was – again, Clemson's first cover. They were fortunate to win that game. And I don't understand what's going on with this Clemson team. They turned the football over 3 times. They just weren't good. They're an average team this year. I thought Will Shipley was going to be really good. He did have a breakout game last week. But I don't know if it's going to consistently be like that for the month of November.
NC State and Wake control their own destiny in that division. NC State has beaten Clemson, one of their 2 losses, and they have yet to play Wake. They've got the 1 loss, NC State does, but they still play Wake. So Clemson is in the weird situation of going into November without even controlling their destiny, not in the college football playoff, in their own division. Which is crazy to think of.
All right. When we come back, we'll do our matchups, our Amherst Spotlight for the week. That's coming up in our next segment, part of our show today. Brownie being brought to you by the great folks at Nichols Outfitters.
Jimmy D, time to get hunting. And when you're listening to us online, no matter where you are in our audience, the next round encourages you to open a separate browser. Don't close us out. Open a separate browser and do a little shopping there at nicholsoutfitters.com. Rifles, shotguns, camping accessories, apparel, and more. Find it all right now, no matter where you are. nicholsoutfitters.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Sometimes it's not just losing the weight, but keeping the weight off. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I told you how Weight to Wellness helped save my life. They helped me lose 45 pounds. They got my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. And now they're helping me keep that weight off throughout the football and holiday season. You can see more online at aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Every plan is individually designed. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. See it all on the website, aplanforme.com. Weight to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Suffering from an old sports injury? Or tweak a joint being a weekend warrior? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics may be able to reduce or eliminate your knee, hip, or shoulder pain. increase your mobility, and get you back in the game. From pediatrics to geriatrics, appointments are available at 9 convenient locations affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
If you need to move, you only need 2 men and a truck. Local or long distance, they can pack it, load it, move it, unload it, and arrange it when you get there. See more details at 2menandatruck.com or call the Tuscaloosa Northport location, 205-614-8522, 205-614-8522. And guess what? You can get a free quote on your moving cost up front, to or from campus, from your apartment to your next home, or from Tuscaloosa to L.A. Your next move starts and ends with 2menandatruck.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Stan White joins us coming up at 12:30. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Michelson Laser Vision. Michelson Laser Vision, a great place to do what LT did almost 2 decades ago now.
Yeah, make that phone call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. You can get that hassle-free consultation today. Again, if you wear the eye contacts or the glasses, you're spending money each and every year on that. You don't have to worry about it anymore if you go see our friends at Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. They truly changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. Call 969-8100 or online michelsonlaservision.com. I've got 2015 vision, better than 2020.
All right, time for our matchup today. It's our spotlight where we take a game and break it down, one thing we think could happen in one of the interesting contests. And it's brought to you by our friends at America's First Federal Credit Union. Hit the big button, Rocky.
The America's First Federal Credit Union Spotlight.
X's and O's. College football's best matchup.
And what America's First knows is banking isn't just about your money, it is about you. Getting help with what you need when you need it. AM First was founded for you, and AM First has been putting you first ever since.
Start us off. LT, you hinted about yours in the very first hour of the show. What do you have?
This is such a big matchup for Auburn on the road, the way they're playing right now. And again, Texas A&M, since beating Alabama, they're playing really good football as well, and they're running the football so effectively. And I said the biggest number, it's not even going to be turnovers, which turnovers always come into effect. It's going to be who outrushes the other in this game in College Station on Saturday. If you look at A&M, 573 rushing yards and 5 touchdowns their last 2 games. Isaiah Spiller Devin A-Chain, both of these guys have an opportunity to go over 1,000 yards this year. But you look at this Auburn rush defense, Wooten, McClain, Popo, they've got to be on their A game. They're 35th nationally right now against the run, giving up 3.2 yards per carry. If they can limit that, Zach Calzada has to throw the football. He'll make multiple mistakes. Auburn gets out of College Station with a win if they can limit what Spiller and A-Chain do on the ground.
My matchup this week involves Cincinnati, the most talked about team in the college football rankings. They're at 6. Good news for them. They're back home as Tulsa comes to town. Their last 2 games, as you can see here, against Navy and Tulane, that was sort of enough for the committee to say, hey, we're not going to put them in the top 4. Here comes the Tulsa team that if you're not familiar with them, their record is not good, but 13-6 at the half against Ohio State. And then Oklahoma State, another team that very, very well respected right now by the football committee, 28-23. They have also lost to Houston and to Navy by 3, just like, Cincinnati, who just had a tough game with Navy as well. What is it about this Tulsa team that makes them play situations like this above their head, over their head? But they do. There's something about this team that if you're an against the spread kind of team, they're hard to figure out.
Well, and I was to tell you about the 10-team league that we buy, and I drafted Tulsa. This is a team last year that played for the American. They played Cincinnati in that championship game, and they make untimely mistakes. They miss tackles. They're a frustrating team, but they can be really good for spurts.
If they get the offense to score some points, this one could get juicy there. Best thing is it's in Cincy, not Tulsa. If this game was in Tulsa, I would put Cincinnati on upset alert.
Ooh, college game day in Cincinnati, though. So
they're in Cincy, yep.
All right, I'm going to go to the Michigan State-Purdue game. We've talked a lot about this. We're going to look at passing. Michigan State's passing defense, they give up 300 yards per game.
That's a sad emoji.
Rockstar, that gives you a frowny face right there. They go 300 yards per game, frowny face.
But he got a weird nose.
He does kind of have a weird nose, like on what was that movie? The Bradley Cooper movie? It's your nose, don't like your nose.
Oh my God!
What is it? A Star is Born. Yeah.
What did he say? Nose.
Got a big nose.
Got a big nose.
We used to work with that character, and Purdue.
We did.
Purdue. Bad news for Michigan State's pass defense. Purdue throws it for 307 a game. Not on the ground, but through the air. That's how the Boilermakers are going to beat the Sparty.
You turn that frown upside down.
That's a smiley face when you throw for 307 a game.
So what you have there is a matchup problem for Michigan State.
Matchup problem for Michigan State.
Yeah.
That's how they get their first loss.
So you're calling Purdue right there for the upset.
I think Purdue wins, and I think Lance thinks that way too.
Honestly. I do too, yeah.
Wow. And that is our spotlight brought to you by our friends at America's First Federal Credit Union.
Banking isn't just about your money. It is about you getting help with what you need when you need it. AM First was founded for you, and AM First has been putting you first ever since.
I mean, you don't think enough that they're going to win if we go stake bet on this, right?
I'll take my 3.
You got Michigan State?
And I give you 3?
Yeah.
I mean, that's too easy. That's almost LeBron and the Heat going to play the Pacers.
Have you watched Michigan State play this year?
I have against Michigan.
He watched that one game.
I watched the fourth quarter against Michigan. They looked really good.
Sadly, I'm 1-4 against the number with Michigan State. The one I got was Nebraska because Adrian Martinez did a jailbreak, and it was a penalty on that return interception.
Oh, yeah.
But he saved the cover there. That's the only game I've covered against Michigan State. I cannot win against this team. And they cover every game. They're 6-1 against the number. So this is a Dunaway special. Trust me. You're talking Michigan State will lose this game by 21 points.
Light it up. I'm here for the chaos. I am here for the chaos. Keep them going. I am here for all the lights, the chaos.
When he was down, he was so hesitant about the games he would do. He had to pick his spots. This is the Dunaway I like now that it's back even.
You sounded a lot like Joey Galloway there.
Oh,
right. Yeah, this is the Dunaway I like right here. This is the Dunaway I like.
Don't ever compare me to Joey Galloway.
Give me more lights. I need more lights here.
I don't think he thinks.
If Michigan State loses, man, we've got some chaos going.
We do have
in
chaos.
the rankings.
I think Michigan State and Oregon both have outstanding shots to lose, and that's why I think Cincinnati, they're going to be forced to move them up this week.
Who's Oregon playing?
Washington. That's Lance's team this year. Lance has a team every year that he is as obstinate as he can be on that team. He never gives up on them. No matter what the numbers tell you.
I think they suck. I think they absolutely suck. But I think Oregon sucks.
Yeah.
Boy, if I had not made Washington my upset alert already,
you bet against them.
I'd go stake on that
I wouldn't
too.
do that because you made them your upset alert. I'm just saying there's a good chance they still could lose that game.
All right, so there's another stake. We're dead even now. Royal Betting Stake Bet Update brought to you by our friends at Royal Betting on Highway 31 in Pelham, royalbettinginc.com, royalbettinginc.com. Go and check out the Vignelle family. Family-owned for 30 years right there, giving you a great night's sleep. Custom-made mattress sets. Can't beat a custom-made mattress set for a great night's sleep. RoyalBettingInc.com. All my mattresses are Royal Betting mattresses, and my mom and dad even have one for their master bedroom now too. Royal Betting on Highway 31 right there in Pelham. They make them and they sell them 19 feet away in the showroom right there. When we come back, Stan White joins us from not on Highway 31 in Pelham, but from somewhere else. I don't know where Stan will be, but he's next to talk Auburn on the road to College Station, and he's next on the next round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Fans of Twin Peaks, make sure you stay up to date by signing up for their e-club. Stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media Podcast family is live, including the Mystery Fifth Hour, a chance for the Next Round host to talk everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, the weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours of bourbon in the world. And the Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. Lance Taylor takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. Major situation the other day. Basement and garage flooded. So who did I call? Our friends at Dry Tech Water Restoration. Call them today, 205-637-0143. They were at my house within an hour. They will always respond quickly, and they answer the phone, 205-637-0143. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. No ties to any insurance companies. Go online, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com, or call 205-637-0143.
We're back with you on the Next Round as we get ready to talk to Stan White. Is Stan there yet?
He is not there yet.
Okay,
No.
Rocky's about to dial up Stan. Hope you're watching us on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, or Twitter. If not, you're listening to us on the app. Tripp says, I just saw this, but Clay Helton is the new head coach of Georgia Southern. Seriously, yeah.
He hasn't been hired yet, has he?
Yeah, 2 days ago.
Yeah.
It was official yesterday.
Yeah, we had it on the 3 and Out.
Yeah.
Well, I knew he was up for it. I didn't know it had become official.
It was official yesterday, introduced yesterday.
Oh, look at me, not keeping up with my Georgia Southern football.
Yeah, he's the guy right now.
Good for him, though, I guess.
Well, I mean,
he wanted the job or he wouldn't have taken it.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a massive success.
Tonight, NFL game, Colts and Jets. Is there any redeeming value in this NFL game at all if you're not a gambler?
Well, the fun thing, if you got an opportunity to watch what was the number 1 seed in the AFC going into last Sunday, the Cincinnati Bengals go on the road as double-digit favorites and lose to New York with a backup quarterback in Mike White, a former Western Kentucky product. He was really good in that system, threw for over 400 yards. He's only the second quarterback to ever do that in his NFL debut. The other?
Oh, that would have to be Greg McElroy. A.J. McCarron.
No, I'm not talking about
just Alabama guys.
Yeah, not Alabama guys. And it's close ties, though. It's Cam Newton's the only other guy to to actually do that. So you got Mike White starting for New York. Can they back that magic up going against the Colts, who were up 14-0 on the Titans? By the way, we laid the 3 points with the Colts. They ended up blowing that lead. Carson Wentz had thrown 1 pick in week 1. Hadn't thrown a pick for 6 consecutive weeks. He threw one the end of regulation, terrible pick 6, and then threw one in overtime that led to them losing that game.
Yeah.
And now
these two teams are going nowhere.
People are talking about Wentz, bust, all this kind of stuff. He's only thrown 3 picks all year. I think Wentz plays good tonight.
These two teams are going nowhere. Browns-Bengals is my favorite matchup of the week because the Browns have so much going on around them.
Always drama.
Odell Beckham.
Odell Beckham Jr., Odell Beckham Sr.
All the Beckhams.
Yeah.
And then the Bengals, coming off that loss to the Jets, the surprising loss to the Jets. They got to get back in the win, and that's such a competitive division right now.
Odell's not with the team now. Coach told him
no.
that yesterday. Stefanski told him that yesterday. So let's talk a little Auburn, a little Texas A&M out in College Station. Another long road trip for the Auburn Tigers.
It is. So long. Stan White, he's leaving right now. He's going to make sure he gets there in time.
Is he driving?
He's on the Pepsi hotline. No, I'm sure Stan's flying private. Wheels up like they do on game day. Stan, how are you, man?
I'm good. I'm going by bicycle, so I'm leaving.
Yeah,
I'm leaving about 20 minutes.
That's a lot of pedaling.
Seriously, last time you've been on a bicycle, Stan. Come on.
Oh, my Lord.
You're probably a Peloton guy.
Put it that way. What's that?
I said, you're probably a Peloton guy, but you grew up in the BMX days with me. You probably had like a Diamondback or a Redline.
I remember those.
A Peugeot.
A Huffy.
Man, you're giving me too much credit, man. I was an old Huffy guy, man. I had the old yellow Huffy.
Obviously, Bo Nix has played better quarterback over the last month, but to me, the most encouraging thing for Auburn's offense is Tank Bigsby getting a 100-yard game again, and he did that Saturday night against Ole Miss. That was his first 100-yard rush game since the Penn State game. It'd been a minute.
Yeah, it had been, and specifically late in games, he was typically absent, and that may have been by design because of more passing and so forth with Sean Shivers and Jarquez Hunter. But yeah, it was really good to see Tank get back on schedule. I think he had 24 for 140, if my memory serves, and he ran hard. They opened up holes for him. The offensive line is I think they're playing really good, and they were, I guess, due to history last year not having as much experience, they weren't expected to be as strong. I think they've done a really good job this year. They're very low in sacks, and of course, Bo has something to do with that, with being able to extend plays. But when they're clicking, it's when that running game is going with Bigsby, with Hunter, and with Bo Nix being able to be that threat as well. So it's good to see him do that. They'll need that this weekend because A&M's got a pretty salty defense.
You played for Jimbo Fisher, and look, and when the running game's working, it's not bad to watch, but it's just an archaic offense. Is this the exact same offense he was running back in the day?
Oh, I'm sure he's evolved over time. I mean, it's a lot of the concepts. A lot of the formations are a little bit different, but a lot of the concepts are very similar. You can look at it and see, the mesh routes. You can see the follows and stuff like that. Just a little bit different tweaks here and there. And so, offenses has evolved over time, and defenses have too. But there's a lot of similarities as well. I mean, you're still trying to create space for your athletes, and we were doing that back then. It's nowadays it's a little bit more of a you don't have to threaten as much vertically. You can get it in space, get it to players quicker. That's why you see completion percentages these days are so much higher because they're shorter passes. I mean, a short pass to us was an 8 or 10 yard hit, hook route. Nowadays, you get 50-60% of your passes at the line of scrimmage. So that's why your completion percentages are so much higher, and you're just utilizing all the field instead of just a 100 length. You're using a 53 1/3 width as well. So, but a lot of it's similar from 25, 30 years ago.
Stan White is with us on the Pepsi hotline. I was at the game, Jordan Hare, on Saturday, just an unbelievable atmosphere. But now it's a road game. But this DNA's been different on the road. I thought they played well at Penn State, big win at LSU, big win at Arkansas. Do you see something different in this team on the road? And if so, what do they do on the road that they haven't been doing in recent years?
I think just maturity. I think that they're battle tested now. They go up and have a whiteout game at Penn State, which is very similar to an SEC atmosphere. Had a chance to win that game late in the game. I mean, could have won it. A couple of things bounced their way. And then you go to LSU, a place that they've been snake bit over the years. Now, this is not, 2019 LSU by any stretch, but still playing in Baton Rouge at night, they were able to get that monkey off their back, and I think that confidence level just kept on going. Then you go to a top 15. I think there were 17 at the time. They played Arkansas, and they get a good win down there in double-digit fashion, mind you. So, I think it's a maturity and really a belief that hey, you go on the road, we can play with anybody in their home stadium, and so I think they have a lot of confidence when they go on the road.
I mentioned Tank Bigsby, Stan, getting back in the 100-yard game column. It was his first one since Penn State. It was also the first time we'd seen Owen Popo since the Penn State game, and it had seemed like he was close. Finally played Saturday night, made 5 tackles. Did he look 100% to you, and how much different is that defense with him in there?
Well, he's a difference maker. There's no doubt about that. I mean, he's a physical guy. He can also run east and west. He and Jacoby McLean, who's to me one of the best in the SEC and the best in the country, and of course Chandler Wooten. I mean, those three are really good ball players. I mean, their defense goes as they go. And then you got T.D. Moultrie back, which was big. T.D. is, he is one of those that you're just waiting on him to break out, and he showed glimpses early in the season. Then he had to sit out for a while, then he came back, and he was in on a few tackles the other night, so that just adds depth. So, yeah, I think the defense, they're not an elite defense. I'm talking, a Georgia-type defense, but you know what? They're a solid SEC defense, and when you're a solid SEC defense, you're usually in the top 20 in America. So, they look at it this way. They held one of the best offenses that was averaging 41 points a game to 20, and 3 points in the second half, which was crazy. So I tell you what, credit to Mason and his staff, Derek Mason, for really making the adjustments and doing the corrections they needed to at halftime.
Bo's playing really good football, but he seems to be really comfortable. With that said, his head coach seems to be getting more comfortable. It's a totally different environment for Brian Harsin coming from Boise State to the SEC West, but it just seems to be a different guy.
He has a quiet confidence about him. I mean, first of all, you have to when you take. I talked to him a little bit out in Fayetteville, our last road game, and I said, you've probably been told this 100 times, but you probably took the toughest job in college football. and I said, and really not because not because it's Auburn. Auburn's a phenomenal place. It's just because of what Nick Saban is doing across the state. And by comparison, living in the same state, everyone wants you to be like that. And that's across America. That's just not with Auburn. I said, but that's, you got to play them every year. You got to play Georgia every year as your cross rival. I mean, I said, you obviously knew what you were getting into, or you wouldn't have done it, because they could have a statue after him out in Boise with the way he was winning. So he has that confidence that, look, if I want to be one of the best, and when my career is over with, hopefully 20, 30 years down the road or whatever, when his career is over with, he wants to be known as one of the best, and he's got to beat the best. He's got to play against the best. And I like that. I mean, you want a guy that takes that challenge head on, and I think he's done a fantastic job. I think he'll continue to do, and I just like his demeanor.
Speaking of which, you've been around a coaching change before. You don't win a locker room over day one, and we just showed the video while you were talking about that of him, the players waiting, holding the bottle that Auburn sent out. They're all holding water bottles and waiting for him to come in. And when he walks in and they start dousing him with water and then jumping around the locker room, that's a moment that when Auburn fans see that, they're like, man, that team's having fun, and he owns that locker room. That's not something that happens overnight. How long does it take a coach to get that kind of love from a group of men like that in the locker room?
Well, I tell you, what I see is, and I think it starts in the offseason. I mean, you hear stories. I mean, he was doing stadiums with those players. I mean, you're talking about buying in now. I mean, when those guys see a 40-plus-year-old man up there running stadiums, with the players, man, they know he's buying into it too. So they've got to, and obviously, seeing what they're doing, the preparation, the attention to detail. And then you got to translate it to the field. I mean, it's got to translate to the field. There's no doubt. And what I see is a group of players that have bought in, and they believe in their coach, and they believe that he's going to get them to the next level. Now, whether it's this year, next year, or whatever, I think that they feel that he is the right one to get that program to the next level, and consistently. I mean, it's been there before, but not as consistent as they want it to be. And so I think that that's what these players are seeing.
Only once has the home team won since these two teams started playing in the SEC. It's a weird stat,
last
Sam.
year.
Yeah, that was it. Auburn being the home team is the only team they've ever won it, or only time the home team's ever won it. So it's been a weird series. Auburn and Texas A&M. Stan, thank you for the time.
Hey, my pleasure, guys. Y'all take care.
All right, buddy. We'll see you next time. Stan White with us, Auburn analyst and former Auburn quarterback with us on the Pepsi Hotline.
All right, we will do the lock of the day coming up in our final segment. I don't know if it'll be NFL or the college game tonight or a host of NBA action that we've got. Part of our show is being brought to you by our friends at Odie's, though, where last night you went out and had a fun time enjoying trivia.
Yeah, we do Odie's Team Trivia every Wednesday night. I'll throw one at you guys. One of the questions last night, what came first, Ben & Jerry's ice cream or Justin Timberlake?
Let's go Ben & Jerry's. They're a couple of old farts. It seems like they've had that a while.
I'm going to say, let's see, Timberlake became a star of a boys group in the 90s, right?
Very, very good, yes.
Which one was he, NSYNC?
He was NSYNC.
NSYNC.
Mm-hmm.
So that would have put him about 18 to 20.
That's when he had a mini perm.
I think Ben & Jerry's started in 1981 while I was in high school. So I'm going to say very, very close. I'm going to say Justin Timberlake by a year.
Older?
Justin Timberlake's 1 year older than Ben & Jerry's.
Ben & Jerry's 1978. Justin Timberlake actually 1981.
Wow.
Some of the knowledge you get every Wednesday night at Odie's Tavern, some of that stuff that you can just retain and keep until your deathbed.
You don't have as long to answer as I just took there working my way through it.
Birmingham Institution is Odie's, located right there in Crestline Village. Get out for delicious lunches from the burgers, award-winning wings, great sandwiches, including the Diablo sandwich. They've got the inside. Of course, they've got that outside patio. They'll raise those garage doors up where you can enjoy the fall weather. Great place to watch college football all weekend long. Get in and see Will Haver and that great staff. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Stan, John Metchie, John Parker Wilson, and Roman Harper all podcasted in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com. Back in a moment.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The best food with the best sports is at Walk-On Sports Bistro, and they're now hiring for the Stadium Trace location near the Hoover Met. Walk-On's has top pay for experienced kitchen staff, servers, bartenders, bussers, hostesses, and to-go cashiers. And yes, health benefits are available. Go by the new Walk-On's location at Stadium Trace in Hoover and apply today. Hiring is happening on site 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. This is your chance to join the championship team at Walk-On's Sports Bistro in Hoover.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Cardinal Roofing. In business for more than 10 years with 500 5-star reviews on Google and home of the 3-year leak-free guarantee. Cardinal Roofing, 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663.
Stay up to date with The Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreystoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
The tradition of giving fine art continues with the Daniel A. Moore Alabama Christmas Gift Pack, including the new 2022 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar, featuring some of the most honored former Alabama players, 1 collegiate classic fine art print signed by the artist, and your choice of 4 Daniel A. Moore beverage mugs, all for only $79, a $115 value. Order now at danielmooreart.com or by calling 1-800-735-2787.
It's nonstop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play over 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Birmingham Racecourse Casino 7 days of giveaways is going on right now. We're giving away $100,000. That's right, $100,000 will be given away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Anytime you use the phrase world famous, it means something. Gus's Fried Chicken is in fact world famous. It's been featured in GQ, Forbes, The Washington Post, on the Food Network, and the Travel Channel. And Gus's recipe has been around since 1953. It's routinely ranked the top spot for the best fried chicken in multiple U.S. publications. Visit 2201 2nd Avenue South or online GusFriedChicken.com. Gus's is a great catering option for office and holiday parties, and they even cook on site. Get the family meal on the drive home at 2201 2nd Avenue South or visit online GusFriedChicken.com.
I get so nervous about the littlest things. Like we've got a speaking engagement tonight, where we help out a local charity that we do almost annually. That always makes me nervous. That, I don't want to disappoint them, so we work hard for them.
I think their standards with us pretty low, so I don't think we could disappoint them.
So I'm already nervous about that. That doesn't happen until 6+. But Forrester and I, in just a few minutes, are about to speak, I believe, to the journalism school at Auburn, Forrester.
The OJ school?
Yeah. And, you know, I went to University of Montevallo. It's been a few years now, so I'm going to be really nervous talking, and they're now got us popped up, so they're watching the last bit of our show here. So I'm going to be a little nervous.
Are they laughing at you? I thought I saw laughter.
Probably so. So I'm sweating already.
All right.
So who knows what we're going to talk about?
Is that why you wore a professor-like sweater?
It's why I wore
Where's the corncob pipe, man?
How much are you sweating under that?
I just got back from the Briary, and I want to tell you.
That is exactly right. It took almost 4 hours before you make a comment about this sweater.
I like the sweater.
It is exactly why I wore the sweater today, because I thought it was very professor-like.
It looks hot as
I wondered why you wore the sweater, but now that you say that, it makes sense.
If I had those, if I could afford the patches, but I couldn't pay for those. So let's do the lock. It's brought to you by our friends at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing.
Teach those kids some gambling in college.
They're all doing it.
Hey, when it comes time to use residential or for your commercial plumbing needs, Jeremy Purvis, who right now is working at the World Series of Poker, but also he is managing his multitude of companies with IronMountainWorld.com. You can call them up, 205-516-4927, 516-4927. They handle your jetter services, all your plumbing needs. They even work with you at Iron Mountain Construction as well. All that under one roof at IronMountainWorld.com. Who's your winner?
Okay, so we've got Sunbelt on a Thursday night, nothing like that. We do have NFL up on Lance's Lock. We've got the side up for that. We've got one NBA game. We're coming off a 2-0 last night. We gave you an absolutely free winner right here yesterday with Kent State. Georgia State, they've won 3 consecutive games. Tucker Gregg, we mentioned the running back that looked so good against Auburn. When you look at 3 of their 4 losses against Army, North Carolina, and Auburn early on, Georgia State's playing good football. In Lafayette, they lose week 1 against Texas. They've won 7 consecutive games, but one of those games by 1 point, 1 by 2, 1 by 3. Now you're getting 13.5. I think you're getting a lot of value here with Georgia State.
Wow.
Catching 13.5. I like Georgia State, the underdog tonight against Louisiana. Georgia State, your lock of the night.
That is the Iron Mountain lock of the day. The lights are flashing. I'm so tempted to take Louisiana for a steak if you want to do that.
We got heavy steaks right now. 2 this hour.
Right restaurant.
Yeah, 2 this hour.
I'll do that. I'll take Louisiana. And how much am I giving you? 14.5?
Yep.
14.5. I just feel like Billy Napier's coaching for that new gig tonight. Running up the score.
In the Farmfolio chat rooms, Kevin wants you to ask the Auburn J School if they would give me my degree.
If they would just go ahead and give Auburn,
give me an Auburn degree.
An Auburn degree.
I got a feeling before you're dead and buried, we'll get you that credit.
You know what? I spoke to the Calhoun County Quarterback Club, my old stomping grounds, last Monday night, and the school president, Jacksonville State, Dr. Don Killingsworth, who I know personally, by the way, was there. And I made the joke just to kind of get the temperature, and he laughed. What does that tell you?
Well, I mean, if you...
Does it tell you anything? I didn't know if I could read anything into that.
No.
He didn't, shake his head or...
everyone is saying in the Farmfolio chat room that you said 13.5.
Yeah, but you said 14.5.
No, I was going with whatever the line is.
Come on,
but you
man.
don't pay attention. If you would pay attention to some of the things I say, 13.5, we'll go with that.
Okay, 13.5.
But I love it. Immediately after I say 13.5, okay, I'll do that.
Well,
so 14.5.
You can't take advantage of an old guy.
Yes.
Hey, so when you're talking to the kids,
is what it is?
Tell them to listen. Listen
that's
is
right.
the most
Listening
important
is a good trait.
Yeah, anything I did in college would be, okay, I've got to be here for this. Okay, when is this guy going to be done?
This is from Rivals. Since 2000, since the turn of the century, 2000, Alabama and LSU have both played 279 games. All right?
Okay.
How close do you think their record is? Just do wins. I don't expect you.
Really close. Wins.
What was the question again?
Since 2000, I knew I was going to have to do it too. Since 2000, Alabama and LSU have both played 279 games.
I'll go 219 wins for Alabama and 217 for LSU.
Okay. Lance thinks it's within 2. How close do you think it is?
I think that since 2000, that it is LSU ahead of Alabama by 7.
It's within 5 games. Alabama, since 2000, is 216 and 63. LSU since 2000 is 211 and 68.
Oh.
It's pretty dang close,
Yeah,
man,
it
when
is
you consider
close.
279 games.
Shula years.
The Shula years, and LSU's had some bad ones, too.
Yeah. All right.
Firing a coach, if you remember.
That's our show there.
Hey, don't forget, auto rates down 4 times in the last 12 months. As you get out of here, pick up your phone, call the Standifer Insurance Group and my boy Jessup Standifer, see if they can save for you like they did for me. Get an insurance checkup. 664-3200. 664-3200. Have your coverages and what you pay each month when you call 664-3200 or StandiferInsuranceGroup.com.
Everyone says I offered 14.5. I should stick with 14.5.
No,
Don't
I'm
do
not
it
gonna
to
make
him.
You do it.
You want to go in the middle, 14?
If you're offering that, I'll take 14.
Let's go in the middle. We'll go 14 because I did say 14.5. I don't want to be that guy.
Don't be that guy, Jim.
All right. We're back tomorrow live. All the replays start here in a second. The podcasts are at nextroundlive.com. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan